Hello, henchbuns, and welcome back to the stream of your magnanimous leader, me, Daihime-sama. I'm so excited to read more Umineko. I am delighted by the events of last night's stream, where we've got Tekken and JoJo stand battles going on. I'm excited to see. I'm excited to see them put Shannon in the ring. We've got to put Shannon in the octagon for love. And I want to see how well that works out for her. Like I guess she can do that energy shield thing because Canon has energy sword Sunday. But I just want to see Shannon like walk up to somebody with the intent to kill them because it'll be very funny, I think. Shannon, the purest little baby angel of this game, is now intent on killing at least one of our cast members, and it'll be great. Her and baby Beato. It'll be very fun. Good evening, Collapse Vigil. Thanks for making it. I feel like we're reaching funny moment quotients on par with episode 4 already. Just because we're back to anime fights. I'm officially past where Jason stopped reading over 2 years ago. Didn't he stop on episode 7? Well, regardless, I'm happy to have lapped that moron who stopped in the final hour, more or less. Hi, Chesto. Everybody say thanks, Chesto, because they drew that art I posted on Twitter of Jessica doing the meme punch. It's really nice to have an audience where I can, like, say, I think it would be funny if somebody drew this, and then people will sometimes do it. I'm glad to have cultivated such an audience. I think that's a wonderful thing. I think that's a wonderful power to have. I appreciate it whenever anybody draws something funny for my streams. It's good stuff. Good work. That's the kind of initiative I like to see in my henchbuns. I'm excited to get started again. Let's just jump into it. Let's get to it, gang. Oh, that's right. We were with Rosa. The scene started on Rosa. Always a good sign when Rosa is the principal character of a scene. Rosa could be seen in the parlor. The relatives apparently all wanted to be alone after dispersing for a short break. Since everyone avoided the parlor, the one place where people would normally gather, Rosa was able to have this relaxing and comforting room all to herself. That didn't mean she looked relaxed. Her expression was heavy with gloom and weariness. The cup of black tea that she had brought from the dining hall had gone cold. A pleasant silence. Now that no one was in sight, Rosa's heart finally awoke. She was always treated like a kid in the conferences with her 3 siblings. She had no influence at all. But, possibly because of that, she was apparently considered to be a neutral party. The siblings would often ask for her agreement, sometimes even treating her like a referee or a judge. She's handing out yellow cards for unnecessary roughness. I have to find almost 100 million yen by March. That was supposed to be my great commitment, a burden I bore to help support that man's business. Yeah, one of your many boyfriends who cut and ran. Absolutely not, girl. You gotta move on. That man is not coming back into your life. Okay, no you won't. We definitely know you're not that kind of person. せめて一度でいいから会ってあげて。愛というのは貫くのも辛いのですね。 Oh shit, let's go. Is Canon gonna stick the energy sword in Rosa?
誰？
That would be awesome. Though no one should have been in the parlor, someone suddenly spoke to Rosa and she jumped. Let's fucking go! Just when did he get there? Canon could be seen standing there, even considering that she had been deep in thought. To think that she hadn't noticed him at all.
びっくりしたわ。ごめんなさい。考え事をしてて気づかなかったみたい。何？
いえ、ローザ様を今苦しめているのは
So true.
愛違いますか？
唐突ね。何の話かよくわからないわ。
Did you know I'm a mind reader, Rosa?
マリア様の父親に借金の連帯保証人を求められ、それを引き受けられました。
困った子ね。クラウス兄さんが話してたのを廊下か何かで聞いてたのね。
True, earlier this day, in this very room, Kraus had seen through to the fact that Rosa was bearing a massive debt because she'd become a co-signer on a loan. However, he hadn't said that her partner had been Maria's father. Why did Canon know so much?
ローザ様はとても聡明な方です。連帯保証人を引き受けることがどういう意味な
I
んです
don't
か？
I don't know about that one,
よく
but
考え
okay.
もせず引き受けたわけがありません。
席こそまだだったけれど、これから結婚する相手でパートナーだと思ってた。
That was a silly thing to
私
believe,
の名
I
前がな
think.
ければ借りられないお金なら
If your boyfriend ever
それに
asked,
協力する
hey,
の
I
が
know we're not
未来
married
の
yet,
妻
but
の
can
役
you
目だと思う
co-sign a massive loan with me? That's a little sus.
未来は来ましたか？
No, it hadn't. So afterwards, Rosa was always alone, and Maria never had a father. However, time moved on. Nothing changed except that Maria, who should have been a symbol of their union, just kept growing like a living hourglass, measuring the length of the hell Rosa had crawled through. Because of that, Maria's growth hurt.
皮肉よね。私はあの男のことを何度も忘れようとしたわ。でもね、忘れても借金は消えないのよ。
Sure don't. It was only natural. That's why she had to forget her love and do all she could to pay that money back.
でもね、こうも思うの。私が立派に返済しきったら、それは彼
I
が
don't think
私
it
に
really
与えてくれ
means that at
た
all.
愛の試練に打ち勝ったという
I
意味
think
なの。
that's just a weird coping
結
mechanism
局
you
は返せ
developed.
なくちゃいけない借金なのよ。どうしてその結果得られる愛を先に自ら捨てるの？返済してから考えても遅くはないと思わない？
It may have been a trick of words that only those who have suffered through love can understand. Even Rosa was vaguely aware of the possibility that she'd been deceived. Vaguely aware. However, if she was able to succeed in paying back the loan, he might acknowledge her usefulness as a wife. When that happened, she might be able to regain that love. And if she abandoned that love, this debt, this trial that he had given her, would become completely meaningless. Yes, for her, the debt itself appeared to be a trial of love. Actually, the very fact that she tried to view it that way might have been the blindness of love. Proof that she was still bound by her regrets and obsessed with the past. The pain still continued within her. At the very least, it would remain until she paid back that massive loan. And even then, it would take quite some time before she'd be able to lay her feelings for him to rest.
これがキリエ様の言う地獄なのか？
そうね。何の話かは分かりかねるけど、私の世界が地獄で満たされていることは間違いないわ。
それはどうやったら終わらせられるのですか？
Well, lots of money never hurts.
さあね。それが分かったら、誰も恋の病に蝕まれたりはしない。
That disease is a serious one. It sometimes eats into a person's life for their entire life, spreading to and hurting the people closest to them. That disease was torturing her now as much as it ever had.
キリエさんの話が出たから言うけど、彼女の話は私にとって希望、夢なの。
Though she had her man stolen from her, she persevered for 18 years. She never fell to despair and instead continued to support Rudolph, keeping her head down and waiting for a miracle. What a beautiful story Kyrie has.
キリエさんが待った18年のまだ半分じゃない。それくらいで音を上げてたら彼女に笑われるわ。
あと9年で奇跡が起こると思いますか？
それを疑ったらおしまいよ。
Kyrie is a weird role model to have. She's very funny though.
ある意味、私は亡霊なのよ。
I certainly respect her game.
私はすでに死んでいる。それに気づかず生きている。
決して来ない人を永遠に待つ亡霊。
そうよ。彼の夢を応援したいなんて甘えたことを言ったあの日に。
Yeah, Kyrie got what she wanted.
もう死んでいた。
She was prepared to murder the fuck out of Asumu for it, which is awesome. I kind of respect that hustle.
やっぱりあの日は後悔すべき日だったのかしら。
I would do the same.
俺には夢がある。海外を巡りたい。このちっぽけな日本を飛び出して必ず大物になって帰ってくる。懐かしいわね。あの頃の私は互いの途方もない夢を認め合うのが
Some sort of radical dreamers.
みたいな考えだった。だから彼も私がデザイナーとして大成してパリで新作を発表して取材陣にもみくちゃにされるなんて夢を楽しそうに語って喜ばせてくれたわ。思えば本当におかしな地に足がついてない日々だった。互いに互いを浮かれさせてふわふわし合ってる感じ。
I should read Radical Dreamers.
だから彼が日本を飛
I've
び出
never
したい
actually
なん
read
て
it.
言い出した時、私はそれを喝采して応援を約束したわ。
Acknowledging each other's great dreams with nothing but words is a classic sort of pillow talk between lovers. However, when it comes to actually carrying them out, you need to be more serious and calculating.
私はあの日彼を見送ったことを長いこと誇りにしてた。今も誇りにしてる。
でも後悔もしているんですね。
そうよ。あの日泣きわめいて反対してたら私は地獄に落ちなかったかもしれない。それを笑顔で見送ったのが私の勝利？違うわ。
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what you were
そ
thinking,
れ
really.
はある
That's
意
a
味
really
戦うべき
stupid
時
thing
を
to
自
think.
ら放棄した不先輩みたいなものだった。私はその負けを美化して男の海外への挑戦を笑顔で見送り、
Very naive.
海外しく娘と
Willfully
帰りを
ignorant,
待つ良き
you
女
might
の
say.
幻想に酔ってるだけ。電話一本よこさず彼が教えてくれた住所への郵便も転居先不明で戻ってくるのにね。
Damn. He gave her the Dear John treatment?
ここが地獄よ。戦うべき時に戦わなかったことを死ぬまで後悔する地獄。私はその地獄に娘まで引きずり込んでいる。いっそ誰かに殺されたい。
Well, I've got good news for you, Rosa.
お前はすでに殺された。亡霊なのだと宣告されたい。
恋は戦わなくちゃ地獄を這う。
そう。
Oh, hello.
戦うもの。
I love these two.
勝って得るか負けて死ぬか。
でもどうか死を恐れないで。
なぜならそれは安らかな眠りだから。真に恐ろしい
I
のは
like to imagine them spinning around.
勝てず、そして
I
死
think
ね
that
もし
might be
な
the
かった
intention.
眠れぬ亡者たちの落ちる地
They are the
獄。
most gendered characters.
その地獄。
Whatever genders they both have, I have it as well.
恋の戦いは
戦いもせず死ねもしなかったものに
I like how
最も
both their
恋は当たって
profiles say
砕けろ
that
って
they
わけ。
like taking advantage of boys, which is just like me for real.
そういう討ち死にはせいせいするよな。
It's like a Valhalla type thing, I guess.
人を最も苛む毒薬は恋を腐らせて作るという。
Yeah, it's all moldy.
その
Nobody
苦し
wants a
み
moldy love.
どのような悪
Gotta
趣
keep
味
it
な地
fresh.
獄の拷問をも上回る。
She used this knowledge to try and embolden her double and little sister, encouraging her to take on any trial no matter how fierce.
わかります。
Beato, to become herself again, she must develop a taste for murder. After all, when my desire to have Battler-san accept me one day wells up in my chest, I can feel the seed that resides there.
その種を芽吹かせるも死なせるも自由。でもそのまま胸の中で腐らせれば、きっとその毒は私を永遠に苛む。それこそが我ら千年の魔女をしても最も恐れる世界で一番恐ろしい拷問だ。
見届けよ、恋を愛を軽んじる者たちよ。このローザの地獄こそが
恋の種を芽吹かせる勇気を持てず、腐らせたる者がたどる末路。
その苦しみは自分の手では終わらせられない。
Very dramatic. I said this before, but they remind me of the Zephar and Fufu remind me of the Shadow Play girls from Utena, the way they talk. I guess it's the same like theatrical way of speaking. Huh? Just now. Was that a red light? Yeah, Energy Sword Sunday is back, baby!
失礼しました。
何？
Just now, I thought I saw something strange. I wonder if I'm tired. It's probably just my imagination. Rosa picked up her cup of cold tea. When she did, she saw a small red rose petal float to the surface. Rose?
その
Damn.
ソファーは
Did she not even get a fight?
Rosa
Does
様
Canon
は
just
幼
like
少の頃
ninja execute her?
好んで横になられたものと聞いております。
It wasn't a rose petal. It was a drop of blood that had fallen from Rose's eyes. In an instant, Canon had beautifully and precisely cut just a single thread of Rose's life. There was no wound on Rose's body. However, several drops of blood dripped down from her eyes. Yeah, he nothing personneled her. He did the teleports behind you. You wanted shotgun versus sword? Well, I guess you gotta wait for me to play the fighting game when I'm done with the visual novel. Surely Canon is playable in the fighting game, right? Her pain, her uncertainties, and her worries were all gone now. Canon is playable? Excellent. I already know Maria is. Somebody said that around episode 2 because it wasn't a spoiler anymore. Shannon and Canon? Are they like a unit like Kohaku and Hisui? Shannon is a Geo character? I guess that makes sense. They're separate, okay. Slowly, she fell down onto her side. I think somebody mentioned that Shannon's moveset is like throwing like household objects and stuff, and like the mirror from episode 2. You don't think Maria's playable? Somebody mentioned Maria's playable. She uses like the shotgun. Somebody mentioned that to me, I think. Slowly. Sorry, did I say Maria? I meant Rosa. I don't know why I do that. I meant Rosa. Slowly, she fell down onto her side on the sofa. This had been one of the happiest things she had done during the happiest day of her life.
おやすみなさいませ、ローザ様。 あなたの地獄は今終わりました。
Canon took a blanket out of a cupboard and gently covered Rosa with it. To anyone, it would have looked just as though Rosa was sleeping peacefully. Those demons had not exaggerated when calling this trial a battle of love. It was at least accurate on this cruel but unassailable fact, that those who have their love shattered meet with death.
これで僕のノルマ
Yeah,
は終わりだ。
Rosa has her Doom Guy moment in episode 2. So that makes sense that she's in the fighting game.
見届けたか、悪魔ども。
Whoa! Oh! He has to fight Maria. Because he killed her mom.
よくもママを殺したな。
Oomphy triggered.
よくもママを殺したな。
One of the two great witches of Marriage Sorcière, Maria. Though she was just an apprentice, the power sleeping within her had impressed even Beatrice at the height of her strength. In Maria's eyes, though Rosa may have been the Black Witch, she was also the vessel of the mother she couldn't help but love. Her anger at having that stolen from her was near madness.
よくもママを。
Oh, this is gonna be a tough one for Canon. I don't know if Canon can win this one. Maria's attack was too emotional. Because of this, she hadn't noticed that Canon had vanished for several heartbeats, and she released her barrage and it would become an empty space. Canon's got, like, flash steps. In the meantime, Canon jumped from wall to wall, around to Maria's back. Alright, well, I guess you gotta do a double execution here, Canon.
ノルマ以上の殺しは不本意だ。
I don't want to kill past my quota. That's a good line.
でも火の粉を払う。
Oh, hello. She's got her summon.
お前。
外交官特権。
Diplomatic immunity.
僕とマリアを操縦することを許さない。
I still have no idea what diplomatic immunity means in this context.
しまった。
The red curved blade extending from Canon's hand vanished in an instant. He tried hard to make it reappear, but when he attempted to use it on Maria and Sakataro again, it vanished once more. Because of Sakataro's power, he was unable to make either of them the target of his attacks. Oh no, she's so mad.
いつの間にそんなところに。ウリュウ。マリアをいじめる人は誰であって
No
も許さない。
bullying. Maria finally noticed where Canon was, and she slowly turned around. Canon made his sword materialize yet again. That shit ain't working. But no matter how often he tried, it kept fading out like a flashlight with a bad battery.
もう逃がさない。
Alright, well, I guess you gotta do this by hand, Canon. Snap that 9-year-old girl's neck. Do a cool ninja technique.
マリアのママを奪った罪。許さない。
Or maybe it's just time to run away.
殺したように無慈悲に殺す。
As Maria howled, the entire parlor was surrounded by a cube of red magic barriers. It was a closed room, symbolizing a barrier that Canon could never escape.
くそー。こんなところで。
Canon cursed his bad luck. Even though he had fulfilled his goal in the demon's trial, if he was killed here, he'd be dragged off the game board.
マリア、ほどほどにね。ほどほどに。
I'll only murder him a little
ママ
bit.
よりちょっとだけ手加減する。
That's a good laugh. That's a good way to end it. Oh, it's Shannon. She can make the shields, that's right.
ゼパル様、フルフル様との契約により
Oh, okay. So she's fulfilling her thing by just handling Maria. Let's throw these girlies into the octagon. Let's go, Oomphy on Oomphy combat.
無駄だよ、シャノン。マリアは誰にも照準できない。はい。照準など大それたことはいたしません。ただ私は身を守るだけです。
A cylindrical red magical barrier surrounded Shannon as she stood in the center of the parlor. She made its brightness and thickness grow, and its radius suddenly expanded, filling up the room. Oh, maybe she's like gonna use it to crush her. It wasn't targeting Maria. This power was being wielded to protect Shannon's body. So, Sakutaro's power didn't make it disappear.
お嬢様への気持ちはこんなところでついえるの。しっかりなさい。
Yes, kill the Oomphys! Only one Oomphy can survive. By now, the shield with Shannon at the center had covered up the entire room. Its power crushed Maria and Sakutaro into the corner. Ironically, they were perfectly wedged between Shannon's barrier and the closed room barrier Maria had set up to prevent Shannon from escaping. Sakutaro will now die again.
ベアとの魔法を否定する探偵気取りにはちょうどいいかもしれない。
In the end, all that matters is telling Erica, fuck you.
よろしいですか？うん、いいよ。潰して。
All of Maria's hater energy is being sent towards Erica in the end. Shannon, you killed a child? That's great. That's why you're the best. The entire room was filled with the red light of the shield, and the output and pressure was raised to their limits. Then, crushed between the shield and their own closed room barrier, Maria and Sakutaro lost their forms, scattered into a golden splash, and disappeared. Sakutaro has died like 3 times.
ありがとう。ここで消えるわけにはいかなかった。
こんなとこで負けてたら諦めがつかないもの。
そうさ。こんなとこで負けてたら諦められない。
ゼパル様、フルフル様、私たちも共に試練を
Well, that was fast. That was much faster than George and
これ
Jessica.
でよろしいですか？
いやー、本当にお見事だね。二人とも文句なしだったよ。
では最後はベアトリーチェの
Alright, we gotta. Who will Babby Beato kill?
彼女はどこに？
She must learn the taste of murder once
もち
again
ろん
to become her
彼女
true
の選ん
self.
だ生贄のところにさ。
Let's see who it is. I'm excited.
さあ、私たちもそこに行ってみよう。
I'm excited to see who she's picked. I bet it's gonna be Natsuhi. It's been all the girliest so far. Yeah, it is! They're killing all the moms! MILF executions left and right. Natsuhi could be seen in her personal room. Kraus had told her to go to bed, but she couldn't afford to lie around sleeping on an important day like this. However, she realized that she was the type to get excited easily, and that this sometimes held her husband back. So, though she didn't like it one bit, there was no way around it. That's right, we're the MILF hunters, except not in the actual, like, sexual way. We're literally murdering them. It was probably close to the time for the break to end, and the family conference would begin once again in the dining hall. Her husband would have to protect the Ushiromiya family honor from those greedy siblings, all by himself. If she grew emotional by his side, she would just tie him down. Though she knew that quietly waiting here was the best way she could support him, that didn't make the waiting any easier. Natsuhi pulled a small treasure box out of a drawer. This was her secret box. What's in the box? What's in the box? Inside was everything from valuable items to mere rubbish. However, they were all precious, memorable treasures in Natsuhi's eyes. She pulled the small pouch out of the box. She stuck her hand inside it. It was a kind of charm that her own family had given her when she had married. A spirit mirror to ward off evil. Oh yeah, that's the one they thought about using as a replacement for the mirror Shannon broke in episode 2. Her own face was reflected in it. Youth doesn't last forever. Recently, she'd been a bit of her parents and grandparents on her own face. So by staring at her reflection in the mirror like this, she felt as though her soul had returned to the family she'd been born into.
お父様、お母様、夏日が不勉強なばかりに夫の支えになれません。
Of course, her face in the mirror did not answer. However, Natsuhi continued.
夫を愛しているからこそ私はここで待っています。しかし愛は寄り添うものと私は思ってしまいます。ここでこうしているのが一番の協力になると理屈では分かっているのに、そんな自分に惨めさを感じてしまうのです。辛いですね。愛ゆえに待つの。
With a plop, a tear fell onto the mirror. Old dear memories of her life at her parents' house rose up inside her. Now was the time for her to follow her parents' example. When her father came home late, her mother would always sit up straight waiting for him, prepared for him to arrive at any moment. She would always wait for him, kneeling in the entrance hall. And no matter how late he came home, she would always wake up all the children and line them up to greet him. At the time, I only thought of her as being exceptionally strict. But at this age, I finally understand how strong she was, persevering in her love for her beloved husband even after being left in charge of the house while he was out.
その夫への愛ゆえに見知らぬ赤子を抱かされるのが許されなかったのですね。
Kill! The sudden voice made Natsuhi jump up and look about the room. Fades in. When she did, there was a Western lady wrapped in an extravagant dress.
誰です？
Natsuhi was confused. There was no one like this in the mansion. However, though this was her first time seeing this person, it felt as though she had seen her somewhere else. Her mind had gone blank with anger at the ruffian who had snuck into her private room, and confusion over the appearance of someone she didn't know. So it took quite some time before she realized that this was the witch of the portrait.
あなたが19年前のあの日に
I want to see if Natsuhi gets to fight back at all, because Rosa was a pretty pathetic
私は
opponent.
罪を問いません。何の話ですか？
You did push that lady off a cliff. It's pretty hardcore of you, Natsuhi. Pt.8 had chosen Natsuhi as her sacrifice. She was Battler's enemy. Pt.8 didn't know much about the details of Battler's birth. However, she knew about the fragments from the previous game, and knew there was a chance that Battler was the baby that Natsuhi had pushed off a cliff 19 years ago. I'll reveal some of my theory right here now. I think this is a red herring. I don't think Battler is that baby. Battler had used this blue wedge to protect Natsuhi from certain false charges. But if you took it as a confession by Battler himself, then from Beato's position, Natsuhi was an enemy who had probably forced Battler to live a painful life. I think that's a red herring. I don't think Battler is actually the baby who fell off the cliff.
私は愛ゆえに問いません。
I don't think it makes any sense.
何の話か分かりません。出て行って、ここは私の部屋です。ならば、私の愛ゆえにあなたを殺すこともまた
問わないでください。
Oh, she wasn't done talking. There was just a long pause. Beato slowly stuck out her arms and made as if to grab something in empty space. That grab bound itself around Natsuhi's neck. Oh, she's pulling a Darth Vader on her. Natsuhi's heels lifted up and a faint purple shape appeared around her neck. Natsuhi frantically scratched at her neck, trying to stop whatever was strangling her, but there was nothing there. So, to an outsider, it just looked as though Natsuhi was standing on her toes in anguish, scratching at her own neck.
愛し合う二人たちが皆決意を見せました。私のバトラさんの
So what happens if everybody shows a determination? Do we have to do like a round 2?
私が19年前のあなたの罪を咎めないように、私も自らのこの罪を咎めません。
As Natsuhi twisted in agony, something she had been grasping fell from her grip. Since it had fallen by her feet, Beato dropped her gaze to see what it was. It was Natsuhi's spirit mirror. When she peered into it, there was a sound like a burst of electricity. That sound released Natsuhi from the invisible hands, and made Beato topple backwards like a doll. Coughing, Natsuhi tried to comprehend what was going on around her. What, is the spirits of her family gonna come to defend her? Beato rolled over and, dizzy as though she had just bumped her head, she slowly tried to stand up. No, this isn't her Beato Toba, this is a different one. Her eyes were bewildered as though even she didn't really understand what had happened.
これは何なんですか？これは意外だ。雲の巣を触っても平気だったそなたが霊境はダメだというのか。私にも何が何だか分かりません。一体何が。
She had thought that only Beato the Elder possessed non-human weak points, such as getting burned by spiderwebs and wards and having her power sealed by spirit mirrors. However, for some reason, the spirit mirror alone could apparently affect Beato as well. Even Beato couldn't understand what about the spirit mirror had had such an overpowering effect on her. But Natsuhi was different. She instantly realized that the reason for the hesitation of this unearthly being, this witch of the portrait, must be the power of the mirror. So, she rapidly crawled across the floor and picked it up. Then, she stuck it out so that Beato could see it. Beato still didn't know what was happening, so, still sitting down, she looked straight at it. She's gonna get sucked into the mirror like Luigi's Mansion. And this time, both of them understood the situation completely. Beato realized that the mirror was working some hateful power against her, and Natsuhi realized that the spirit mirror had the power to repel witches. How are we gonna escape this situation, Beato?
霊言新たかなるこの霊境は邪悪な存在のすべてを退けるのです。
それを向けないで。
I think that's more encouragement for her to keep pointing it at you. With the spirit mirror still held out, Natsuhi cautiously closed the gap between them. She was cautious as to prevent the other from suddenly lashing out and stealing the mirror, but she steadily moved to corner this evil.
あなたが何者なのかわかるのはあなたは私を殺そうとしたこと。
That's true. You have we got castle laws. Stand your ground with your magic
この
item.
霊境にひるむ邪悪な存在であるということです。退きなさい、邪悪め。
Beato didn't understand what was happening herself. She didn't know why she had to fear the spirit mirror. However, when she tried to look at the bright light let off by the spirit mirror, it pierced her eyes. Though she didn't understand why she must be afraid, she did understand that she must be afraid. By now, Beato realized that the spirit mirror was both terrifying and harmful. As it came closer to her, she felt an increasingly strong and painful burning sensation over her whole body, as though someone was approaching her with a hot iron. She couldn't even open her eyes because of the mirror's bright, painful glint. It might be over. Babby Beato might not have had the chutzpah to kill. It's looking pretty dire.
この後ろ宮夏邪悪に対して一歩たりともひるみはしません
It's no use. It's no use! Why? Why is this musty mirror so... If I lose here, I'll be the only one to fail this trial. Just like George-san and Shannon-san, and Jessica-san and Kanon-san. I also want Battler-san to acknowledge me and treasure me. And even though I've finally managed to be honest with myself, in a place like this, I alone will be...
諦めちゃうの？あなただけが？
信じるんだ。愛の奇跡は必ず起こる。
I like that the girls... I like that the demon twins cheer them on. I love Battler-san. I want him to notice me. And I want him to acknowledge and accept my feelings. If my reason for calling him father and dedicating myself to him was out of duty towards a parent of mine, I would have been satisfied with no reward. That was a deception I used to fool myself. I love Battler-san, and I want him to acknowledge it. I accept it. I won't turn away any longer. I was born because I love Battler-san, and I want him to love me back. You just gotta strangle her harder. Put a little more elbow grease into it. Her determination had come too late. If she'd had it from the start, she would probably have managed to finish Natsuhi off right then without any fear. Because she had wavered, it had taken time to kill Natsuhi, and things had ended up like this. But now I am resolved. I want to love Battler-san. I want him to love me. You have to get that taste of blood. You have to get that battle high. Kill, Umfi.
そう、それが。
聞きたかった。
Bing bong. Just after a sound like a beetle banging off all the walls filled the room. Oh, the song's starting. The spirit mirror was knocked out of Natsuhi's outstretched hand. It fell to the floor, and the stake flying around the room pierced through it with a crash. Ah, you can summon the girlies.
久しぶりの獲物が古ぼけた鏡一枚だなんて私を愚弄するにも程があるわ
Kiri only got the one. Beato can have the others.
ベアトリーチェ様試練の遂行を逃げられます誰か来てください
Now that the spirit mirror, her last ray of hope, had been smashed, and the number of strange demons had increased, Natsuhi could do nothing but run for it. However, if she made a scene and people gathered, the anti-magic toxin would burn Beato. Now her last chance.
ありがとうルシファーさん覚悟後ろ宮ナッチ
Yes, kill! Everybody only loves you when you murder, Beato. You're so much more attractive when you're a murderous lady. Once again, Beato choked the thin air. This time, she wouldn't let her escape. She had to end Natsuhi's pain right away before it got too drawn out. But her power wasn't enough. Though Natsuhi scratched at her neck, she also struggled to escape from the room. Her shaking hand stretched out to the lock on the door. A closed room is one of the concepts that allows a witch to be a witch. Just unlocking the door strengthened the anti-magic toxin a little. Since Beato was at her limit even within a closed room, if Natsuhi undid that lock, Beato's power would weaken immediately and Natsuhi would surely escape into the hallway. Their strengths were matched. However, Natsuhi's began to surpass Beato's slightly. The power of the living to live... What? The power of the living to... Oh, I see. The power of the living to live is fundamentally stronger than the power of magic. Of course, Beato was mustering all of her might. However, Natsuhi was just a bit stronger.
十分だ。ルシファー、やれ。
ギャイ
Battler, are you helping out? Lucifer transformed into a stake, and like the time she had smashed Natsuhi's spirit mirror, flew violently around the room. Then, she struck Natsuhi's forehead. Natsuhi crumpled slowly. When Beato saw this, she also fell to her knees, breathing hard.
ねえゼパル、これってありなの？ベアトリーチェは自分の力だけで試練を成し遂げていないわ。
そうだね、フルフル。確かに試練は誰の助けも借りずに成し遂げなくてはならない。
Yeah, this is close enough.
でもね、ひょっとしたらそれには例外があるんじゃないかしら。
愛する二人は互いで一人だもの。
They're like, ah, close enough.
これは手助けじゃない。
If it's the guy you like to help, then it's fine.
バトラさん。
たかだか第一の晩からハラハラさせるな、お前は。
申し訳ございません。追いつけを守らなくて。
追いつけ？
その部屋でおとなしくしていなくて。
Beato hung her head apologetically. When he saw this, Battler scratched his head uncomfortably.
それを言ったら俺も
I was too mean.
言葉を選ばなかった。
いいえ、お父様。いえ、バトラさんは何？
いいぜ、好きに呼べばいい。
Battler had always looked at the new Beatrice sternly. However, that was gone from his expression now.
確かに、かつてのお前は
Battler.
俺をバトラと呼びつけで呼んでいた。
She did it exactly like that.
俺は最初、お前にそれと同じ呼び方を求めて押し付けていたかもしれない。しかし、そんなのに意味はないんだ。お前はベアトだが、お前はお前だ。好きに呼べばいい。
バトラさん。
そうだな。その呼び
It's
方
way
がいい
less
な。
creepy than father. I'm glad you're over that phase.
さすがにお父様は俺の趣味じゃねえぜ。
Earlier, she had hesitated just to say Battler's name at all. If Battler had told her to say his name without honorifics, she couldn't have done so right now. And even if she had, that might have hurt Battler even more. However, now she was allowed to call Battler by his name. You just had to look into her eyes to see how happy this made her.
ゼパルとフルフルに聞いた。おかしなゲームが始まっているようだな。
はい、勝手なことをしてすみません。
いや、
I respect the initiative.
そういう無軌道で何を始めるかわからないところも実にお前らしい。それにそのまあゲームの趣旨も聞いて
The theme.
二人一組で挑むのが正しいことになってるらしいな。
ええ、その通りです、バトラ卿。
もしも見事我らの試練を勝ち残れたなら、
Pass the trial, make a girl smile.
我らはあなたたち二人を祝福し、魔法の奇跡を授けましょう。
I see. So Battler will be the sixth. He will kill somebody, and then we get all six for our first Twilight.
こいつらがベアトの黄金蝶のブローチに力を与えてたらしい。
I was wondering how we get all 6 in the first Twilight, because there's only 5 people here, and now Battler has joined the gang. A new challenger approaches. But all of our MILFs are dead, so who will he choose for a sacrifice?
たまにはこういう遊びがあってもいいだろうぜ。
バトラさ
おや、聞いたかいフルフル。バトラ教も試練に参加するようだ。
驚くには値しない。だってこれは最初から分かってい
It
たことだもの。
was inevitable.
ようこそ我らの試練へ、バトラ教。
ではあなたは誰を生贄に？
俺の仕事はすでに終わってる。確認するといい。
Oh, I already fucking murdered somebody. Good job, Battler. That's thinking ahead.
さあフルフル、確認してこよう。
そうしましょう。でも
Very
セバル、
proactive. You like to see that.
これで愛し合う6人はみんな試練を成し遂げてしまったわ。次はどうすればいいかしら。
6人の覚悟は本物だ。さらに次の試練で試すとしよう。
Okay, so all the Twilights are gonna be more of these. That makes sense. I was like, if they have to do like more rounds, is that just gonna be the rest of the Twilights? That's fun. I like this. The 2 noisy demons disappeared. They had apparently left to go check on the sacrifice Battler had killed. And also so that Battler and Beato, who could finally look at each other in the eye and talk, could have some time alone.
ここまでの物語はいかがですか？
It's pretty wacky. When suddenly asked this question, Anja immediately came to her senses. Then, she realized that she had been immersed in Hachijo's tale. She felt a bit defeated and tried to look displeased.
愛の試練云々で巧みにごまかしてるけど、ちゃっかりと6人が死んで第一の番を
I
構成
wouldn't
して
say it
る。
was that clever. I kind of predicted that it was the first Twilight.
うまいものね。
ありゃ、ほんとだ。こいつは気づかな
Oh,
か
I forgot you were sort of here. Amakusa clapped his hands as though he'd been outsmarted. Even though he figured it out before me, he played the fool.
愛し合う恋人たちの数がたまたま6人だ
How
っただ
convenient.
けのこと。それが第一の番とうまく合致したのは偶然半分。
I'm sure it was only half design. We call that serendipity.
その方が運命的で面白い。
人間は無意味な2つの事象を無理やり関連づけようとする悪癖がある。それを運命的と読み解かせるのが読み物の騙しでしょ。
お嬢はディスティ
It
ニ
was all a
ーと
trick.
か
I
ミラクルと
deceived
か
you.
そういうのに冷たいタイプらしいですな。
UFO と同じよ。誰もが知ってるけど、誰も見たことないものだわ。
そいつはクールな例えだ。
Cool.
と、いつもの私なら愛だの幻想だのはミステリーには不要な無駄なシーンねとばっさり行きたいところだけど、それはおこのぎさんに否定されたわ。
All the scenes are useful.
そういう愛のない
I
見方
wonder
だ
if
け
the
では
author is once
真実
again
に迫
talking
れない
to
って
us
ね。
through a character who is an author.
はあ、おこのぎの旦那の殺し文句ですかい？愛がなければ見えない。
それそれ。人の家族を物語の中で勝手に殺すことに対する怒りは置いておいて、あえてこの物語を書いた八条先生に敬意を表して言うなら、その描写には意味があることになる。何しろこれだけの文章量を割いて散々愛だの試練だの語ってる。つまりこれがこの物語のテーマであ
There,
り、
this shit is actually
keyword だってこと
important
になる
after
わ。
all. Not just the murder parts.
おや、赤インク以外で書いた文字はすべて読むに値しないとまで言い切る御人も多いというのに、
All words not written in red ink.
光栄なるかな人の子よ。黒い文字も読んでくれて。
Or the
物語は
white ones.
書き手が何かを伝えるために書くものよ。
So true. That's yes. Yeah, we know.
そしてそれはどういうわけか、直接書いたら無粋という奥ゆかしい面倒な作法がある。愛がなければ真実に至れない云々という描写はこれまでの作品にも品質するわ。それがこの新作ではさらに顕著。
I love how as soon as Florine slash Hachijo showed up, like things became 100 times more blunt. Just Ryukishi shaking you by the shoulders. I'm not even the first person to do this. Do you get it
書
yet?
き手が一番伝えたくて考えてほしいのはそれってことになるわ。
When you think about it, there have been many scenes about love ever since Beato first appeared. Even the first time she appeared before Shannon, she spoke clearly about how love was the single element of the world. And the golden butterfly brooch she had given was also an item for love. She had said that she enjoyed sowing seeds of love and watching complications arise, because she loves the drama. And when Shannon stopped borrowing her flower, the reason for her argument was also love. After her interactions with Battler started up in full, scenes about love were toned down for a while. But the without love it cannot be seen definition of magic has been mentioned repeatedly. Then, in the tale right before this one, when Beato became like a doll, several scenes made it seem almost as though Battler and Beato had accepted each other as rivals, or possibly something more. In the end, Battler had regained some memory, and his impression of Beato had undergone a complete change. And then, in this game, from the beginning until now, the word love has been repeated over and over again.
あなたが書いた物語は愛が何度も繰り返される。でもそれは
It's almost like we're nearing the end of the story and they're really trying to hammer it home.
八条東野の主張だわ。
そうです。それこそが私が語りたいこと。
And Hachijo Toya is the author.
私なりの答えなのです。
答え？じゃあつまり12年前の事件は全ておかしな悪魔の愛の試練で引き起こされたと？
バカバカしい。私はあんたの恋愛小説を読みにここまで来たんじゃないわ。私が知りたいのはあんたが至ったと自称する真実よ。
You'll have to read more and find out then, you silly girl.
愚かなるかな人の子よ。これだけ文章を割いて
You still don't get it?
というのですか。
I'm the author literally yelling at you that you still don't get it? I'm pretty sure I get it. I'm pretty sure I get it, but I'm not telling. With an obviously condescending gaze, Hachijo shrugged. It was clear that she was trying to provoke Anju. She was probably hinting that Anju should just go home if she was annoyed. If you're going to read my noble work and not even attempt to see whether you understand it, then get out. It's never been more blunt, ladies and gentlemen. It's never been more, the author is just telling you things. Normally, Anju would already have thrown a fit and left. However, she couldn't do that. Though she didn't like someone else toying with her family's fates in a story, she was growing increasingly certain of something else as she read through it. Just as Hachijo's followers said, this tale really does have the same presence, the same scent as the tales written by Beatrice. The author was certainly different. However, because it reached to the real truth, it had the same scent. Anju was beginning to acknowledge this. Hachijo Toya was one who had reached Beatrice's truth. An endless witch like Beatrice who could add to the endlessly stretching parallel worlds of the cat box.
ベアトリーチェの真実にたどり着いたものならば、私でなくとも新たな物語を紡げるでしょう。今回の原稿をもってきっと私以外にも真実に至るものが必ず現れる。
Right? You have to know Beatrice's truth to be the game master, which is why Battler is.
そのものもまた新たな物語を紡ぐ資格を得るのです。
どんどん無限の魔女が増えていくわ。
そう。そして何人もの無限の魔女たちが ベアトリーチェの猫箱の物語を
The
増や
goal
し
of you, the readers, to understand Beatrice and become an endless witch too.
増えれば増える
Do you
ほど
get it
ま
yet?
た新たに真実に至るものが現れる。そうすることで一番最初の無限の魔女ベアトリーチェがあれだけの枚数の手紙に物語を記してボトルに詰めて海に投じた労力が初めて報われるのです。あなたは私に怒りの言葉をぶつけ席を立つこともできた。しかしそれをしませんでした。なぜ？
悔しいけれど、あんたの物語の中に何かの真相
Oh, man,
もしくは
only
ヒントが
now?
ある
You're
ことを
only now thinking
認め
this.
つつあるからよ。
I already have my own ideas. However, that's more than looking with a single eye. Unless I accept a different viewpoint from my own and look at things from more than one angle, I'll never be able to see the truth in 3 dimensions. That's my interpretation of without love, it cannot be seen.
それでよい、人の子よ。後ろ宮家の最後の生き残りであるあなたが真実に至り、無限の魔女になることを運命も待ち望んでいるでしょう。私という存在など、あなたという真の継承者を覚醒させるためのただの道しるべに過ぎないのだから。エンジェ・ベアトリーチェ。
Sometimes I don't understand what she's saying. However, she knows something, and maybe she actually has reached the truth, as she claims. In other words, I didn't learn the truth even after reading the 2 messages bottles Beatrice left behind. And I'm now reading a tale after I'm blah blah blah. And now I'm reading tale after tale filled with hints.
これはヒントという名の挑戦であり、挑発なわけだわ。
いかにも。
上等じゃない。あんたがたどり着いたという真実を私も掴み取ってやるわ。
It's never been more blunt.
やはり私は
Just I'm being hit with a hammer repeatedly.
その通り、未だ至れぬから私が招いたのです。人の子よ。
That the truth I see and the truth you see overlap. Just as you see things with a single eye, so do I. Now that I've found you, I can finally see the truth with both eyes. And have like something like depth perception. You have to perceive the depth of the story, huh? Huh? Oh, hi, Erica.
ようやく第一の番が起こりましたね。すっくすく眠い展開でした。
Boring! Where's the murders?
片目に目やにがついてるぜ。
どこに？
Oh, one of those like eye crusties?
いい加減なこと言わないでください。
お望み通り始めるぜ。まずは第一の番
Open the game! That clock is really big, but it's like past 1 a.m. So this game is all about making children cry and going on dates or something? Yes, exactly that. You're spot on. Please enjoy the rest of this story about those 2 things exclusively. Erica was dozing off on her bed, so when a knock sounded on the door, it took some time before she noticed. She looked at the clock and saw that not much time had passed since she had lain down.
はい。どちら様ですか？こんな時間に探偵の部屋をノックするからには相応の理由はあるんですよ
Do
ね。
not interrupt the detective! Ignore me!
そうだ。今回のゲームを始める前に一つ
Oh, okay.
宣言
What?
があります。
ああ、例の探偵宣言とやらか。好きにするがいいぜ。
いいえ、その逆です。勝負のレートを上げようということです。
We're up in the ante?
勝負のレートとは？何？
Oh, hi, Lambda. I haven't seen you in a while.
面白そうなこと言い出すじゃない。
Have you just been sitting back and watching because you're not the game master anymore? I guess that makes sense. She doesn't have much to do right now.
どういうことよ？
Hello, Baron Castle.
簡単な話よ。
前回のゲームはバトラが1本取ったわ。だから今回エリカが1本を取ってもイーブンにしかならない。
前回のゲームは引き分けだったのでは。
Kind of. I don't know.
勝って当たり前のゲームを落としたのよ。あんなの負けでなくて
Burncastle is definitely one of those people who thinks a tie is the same thing as a loss.
ね
And she's
Erika?
right. Victory is all that matters.
はい我が主。私が無様を晒さなければ勝てて当然のゲームでした。ははん、なるほど。
なるほど。
つまり今回わざと探偵宣言を出さないことでわざと不利に戦い、それでも勝ってみせちゃって前回の負けを
Definitely one of those people who says like a stalemate or a draw is like everybody loses instead of everybody wins.
バトラさんの渾身のゲームにそんなおかしなハンデをつけて戦うなんて身の程知らずに。
Why not add a little gambling into our chess match?
そうだな。むしろ負けた時の言い訳にするための保険にすら聞こえるぜ。
確かにそういう見方もあるわね。
That's the right thinking, Raikor.
勝てば大勝利。でも負ければ言い訳可能なんてちょっとエリカ側に虫のいい話だわ。
大丈夫よ。ちゃんとかけるものは公平
Are any of these kids' parents around? No, because they're like immortal witch ladies.
今回のゲームに探偵宣言なしの人間で勝てればバトラたちの魔女幻想は粉々の再起不能。でも逆にエリカが負けるようならこのゴミクズ探偵は忘却の
I don't know if their dad is
最
Satan.
悪のかけらと一緒にぶち
They
込んで
do
や
like their
るの。
demons, though. Well, actually, Satan is a steak. But maybe not the same as the Satan.
公平でしょ。探偵という超人でなくただの人間が魔女幻想を打ち破るという最高の勝利。それと引き換えに自身の破滅をかけてるわけ。私はかつてのベアトとあんたのゲームみたいに
But we've got two left. I know there's 8 parts. But maybe the last two won't be so sluggish. Actually, I was told 7 is pretty short.
だから勝負のレートを上げて一気に勝負をさせるわけ。
まあ確かにそうね。
I wasn't sure if that was a consistent rule for all witches, Collapse Vigil.
今回のゲームをバトラが通しちゃったら
Bolded.
ベアとのゲームにバトラが勝利したことになりゲームは終了してしまう。ある意味逃すことのできない
You know, short in a relative sense. Compared to all the other episodes, which are, you know, long. Shorter.
言い分は分かった。エリカはそれでいいのか？
ええ、もちろんです。
Alright, you better not lose, Erica.
前回の敗北で失った
Otherwise, you'll be disintegrated forever, probably.
私は自分の破滅すらもかけるのです。
お前の意志。な。
どうしたのエリカ。答えてあげなさい。
当然です。私の意志です。私は絶対に負けません。
She's already starting the
探偵宣言なん
code.
かなくてもあんたを必ず打ち破ってみせます。
There are many good smug faces in this visual novel.
バトラさん。
お前がそうしたいというなら、その勝負を受けてやる。
ありがとうございます。受けたことを必ず後悔させてやりますから。まあ思えばバトラだって人間側だった時はずっと探偵権限なんて便利な力は
That's true.
一切なかった。
He never had all your weird detective powers because he just didn't know.
副賞要求だけ
Nobody told him he could do it.
そういうこと。ある意味前回のゲームの方がアンフェアだったわけだわ。それで勝ちを落とすのだから
それは負けと全く同じ。
好きにしろ。お前が探偵宣言をしたくなったらいつでもすればいい。今はそれを保留していると理解しておく。
She's got it stocked.
宣言なんかするもんですか。あんた程度の相手に。
では始めなさい、二人とも。私の退屈はもう始まっているわ。
お任せを、我が主。必ずや魔女幻想を打ち破ってご覧に入れます。
You've been doing a terrible job so far, so we'll see how that goes for you. She's so... there it is! There's the funny face. She's always coping and seething. George and Jessica had been the ones knocking on Erica's door. They were asking whether Battler and Maria had come to this room. Of course, they hadn't.
ずいぶん前に下に飲み物を取りに行くと言って降りたきり戻らないんだ。ひょっとしてエリカちゃんの部屋に来てるかなと思ってね。
来るわけないです。屋敷にでも行ったんじゃないですか。
屋敷の使用人室や食堂に電話してるんだけど、誰も出なくて。
あなたたちはここにいてください。
Slowly fades into the smug
私
face.
はちょ
It's
っと
time.
屋敷の様子を見てきま
It's
す。
murder time.
危ないよ、こんな時間に。
この閉鎖された島に不審者がいるはずもないじゃない
You
です
did.
か。いとこ部屋とやらにいてください。何かあったら連絡しますから。ゲストハウスの使用人室の人たちにもゲストハウスを出ないように伝えてください。では。
Bye.
ちょっとエリカさん。
変わった子だね。
After speaking her mind and not listening to anything else, Erica had dashed down the stairs and rushed outside. There she goes!
第一番
Boom!
は夜が明けてから発覚がパターンでしたが、今回は即勝負ときましたか。ゲストハウスで事件は起きていないとなると、惨劇の舞台は屋敷ってことになりますね。
Though she had an umbrella up, Erica got drenched as she sprinted. She brashly licked the raindrops that dripped down her face. Gross. Erica was at her most energetic. According to her memory from the previous game, the entrance hall of the mansion would be locked after the start of the family conference. However, the lock was undone this time. Had someone unlocked it, or had the lock not been set, or had it not been possible to set the lock?
まあ、考えても無駄ですね。そんなにゲームマスターの気まぐれかもしれませんから。
No, George's fit is terribly ugly. This has been known. As soon as she entered the entrance hall, the door to the parlor opened violently. Out of it flew Goda's large body. Hey everybody, it's everybody's favorite Goda!
ああ、こんばんは、ボーダさん。何かございましたか？
Guys who say a wah 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 wah.
警察、救急車を。
I've heard people who say they want a boy who says a wah 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 wah. But you want Goda, right? That expression really is wonderfully pathetic. Just perfect for the first one to discover the crime.
どうか落ち着いてください。台風の孤島でどうやって警察と救急車が来てくれるって言うんです？どうせ電話は普通にされてるんですから落ち着いてください。
Yells from Kraus and Rudolph's group could be heard from the parlor. Their shaken appearance perfectly signified the coming of the first twilight.
それでは死者と現場状況の再構築をお願いします。
小休止に出た人間が戻らないので、大人たちが客前へ行ったところ、扉が内から閉ざされて開かなかった。後にわかるが、客間内の帽子掛けがガンドン開きの扉に内側から缶抜きにされていた。
Hat
扉は
sand.
内から閉ざされ、そして窓も内側から施錠と言いたいわけですね。
そういうことだ。外に回り、窓から客間内を見たところ、ローザがソファーに不自然な格好で横になり、そこで ガラスを割って客間に入り、他にマリアも壁際に血まみれで倒れているのを発見した。
Rip to
なる
Umfi.
ほど、それは大騒ぎですね。他の現場は？
エリカが屋敷に入った時、玄関が施錠されていなかったのはこの客間を外から確認するために出入りがあったからだ。その直前までは施錠されていたため、他にも姿を消した人間たちが屋敷内のどこかで倒れている可能性があるとして、大人たちは今屋敷中を探し回っている。
We're at a point now where battlers, or whoever the game master is at the time, are just like, I'm just gonna say all this shit because we've been through it so many times.
同じだ。
客間にはローザとマリア、それから夏日が自室で、キリエがクラウスの書斎、エヴァはバラテーネ。いいえ、
Yes, the VIP room. Gop teleported her there. It was very funny.
そうだ。エヴァの遺体
Dropped her through a
貴
hole.
賓室で見つかる。
これで犠牲者5人ですね。おや、第一の番には1人足りない。
Yeah, where's the one you off,
6
Battler?
人目は誰で、どこです？
They must be saving it for a funny surprise.
旦那様、この部屋に
Oh, is it Kraus?
切断しろい。
Okay, it's not Rudolph. I thought it would be Rudolph, because Battler killing his own dad would be poetic.
犯人が隠れてるかもしれね
He
え。
got the shoddy.
ゴード、やる。
Okay, it's not Kraus. Got it. They all got shotties. Rudolph and Kraus had brought Winchesters from Kinzo's prized collection. They yelled at Goda, who was carrying the wire cutters, to cut the chain. The victims had been found, one after another, at several locations inside the mansion. The men who had lost their wives searched through the mansion in a rage, looking for the culprit. This was a guest room. It had previously been a room where the relatives would stay. You think he's gonna say he killed Kinzo? That would be interesting, because people still think he's alive right now. But it hadn't been used much since the construction of the guest house. This forgotten room had been sealed from the inside by the chain. As soon as the chain was cut, Rudolph pushed Goda aside and flew into the room.
誰が嫌がる。出てきやがれ。ベッドに誰かいるぞ。兄貴、明かりよ。
When Kraus puts the switch on the wall, the guest room lit up, and the figure lying on the bed came into view. I'm gonna say it's Hideyoshi. Oh shit! He killed himself!
お前、
That's really good, actually. I like this.
どうしてこんなところに。
This is quite a change-up. Battler never dies. But that makes sense, because previously Pt.8 was running the game, and she was trying to show him something by keeping him alive till the end. That is not as important now that Battler himself is in charge of the game. This is a good twist. I like this. I like this a lot. And he's also not the detective anymore, so he can die. Rudolph's knees crumpled and he fell over Battler's corpse. No words could console him as he cried with a mad sorrow. In a single night, he had lost both his wife and his son. During this time, Kraus checked the window in the bathroom and searched the closet to find if anyone was hiding there, but found no one.
バトラー、バトラー、ちくしょう。お気の毒です。信じられんことだが、この部屋も。
They're all closed rooms.
またですか。そうだ。キリエさんのいた私の書斎、夏日の自室、エヴァの貴賓室、ローザ親子の客間。
I have no idea, the idiot I'm in. I feel like we're intentionally not showing the confrontation with himself.
すべてが密室ということではないか。わけがわからん。まさか自殺だとでも言うのか。そんなことあるもんか。これがどう自殺だってんだ。バトラー。
これは意外でした。まさか6人目はあなた自身とは。
What a twist!
たまには自分殺しも面白いもんさ。
It's more interesting.
すべての現場はいずれも密室です。魔法以外では成し得ない殺人です。
それを暴くゲームじゃないですか。すなわち魔法以外で成し得なければならない殺
Surely.
人というわけです。だって本当に魔法でしかできな
It's
かったら
interesting. It's so interesting
それってゲームが成立し
how
ませんか？
how this has made kind of us, the readers, change sides. Because obviously we want Battler to succeed. It's become less about proving magic is real or isn't real and seeing Battler like win. So now we're kind of on the magic side as readers. Because we're just inherently rooting for Battler.
面白い考え方だな。なるほど。確かに俺たちのゲームはそういうゲームだ。
This game is fair. The goal is to explain without magic the strange crimes that are claimed to be caused with magic. If that couldn't be done, it wouldn't be a game. In other words, as Erica had said, they must be murders that could have been performed without magic. To turn it around, the witch side had a certain responsibility. They had to make a crime that could be reproduced with tricks and not magic. Unless the human side could see through to those tricks, the witch side could use all kinds of magic and illusions. In other words, in order to carry out a closed-room murder with magic, it was necessary to create a crime that would be possible by human hands.
今ならわかるわ。セールチーヤでムカつくクラスメートたちを殺せと七姉妹に命じたとき、どうして彼女らにそれができなかったか。
Beato's boobs are big, and she does make some good points. Very compelling argument.
そしてマモンが言った意味が今ならわかるわ。
魔法は自らの手で成し遂げられることしかできないということか。
At that time, if I had possessed the determination to kill my classmates... No, that's not it. At that time, if I had been capable of killing my classmates, capable of pulling it off, then the Seven Sisters of Purgatory would probably have pulled it off for me. They could only accomplish what I could do myself. No, that's not it either. They could take what I had accomplished and turn it into magic. However, because there had been a great number of witnesses in that classroom, it would probably have been impossible. It would have been burned by that anti-magic toxin Mario and Achan and the others always talked about. This makes magic seem kind of pointless. Though I get the idea. However, if I had called those classmates out somewhere without witnesses, and if I had succeeded in murder, at that point, the Seven Sisters of Purgatory would be capable of carrying out a magical murder.
魔女は魔法をもってしても自らにできないことをできない。自らにできることのみ魔法で装飾できる。
面白きかな。魔法を使わずして成し遂げるものが
You think magic is just mystery? I think that is a very interesting thing to say at this stage in the game. Because remember, we have delineated a difference between mystery and anti-fantasy. This means the Black Ops people at the island and Kyrie Sisters super got owned? Maybe. Maybe. I definitely don't think this is the sort of story where it would say, that was all just a dying delusion of Anges. There's definitely something to it.
だから絶対に魔女に屈しない。絶対にトリックで説明できるという信念を持ってる。
It's less about proving whether it was magic or not, and being able to find a compelling reason.
かつてのバトラにはそれがなかったから、これまで
Because he was an
翻弄
idiot.
されてきたというわけだ。
このルールを見破られたら魔女に勝ち目はなくなるわ。
I mean, we were told repeatedly in the early game, I think by like either Lambda or Burncastle, that there is a definitive path to victory. And Battler just didn't get it because he's a moron.
だから それを見破られる前に相手を屈服させなくちゃいけない。長引けば長引くほど、そしてヒントを与えれば与えるほど、魔女は圧倒的に不利になっていく。
He may be stupid. Once again, this reasoning keeps spinning around in circles. Why did Beato let this game get drawn out until she lost? Because it's not about solving the mystery, it's about solving another mystery that isn't about the murder. She's trying to show him something rather than make him solve a mystery. Many victims had been found, and the mansion was still wrapped in chaos. Hideyoshi's group seemed to have gone to the guest house, worrying about the safety of the kids there. Kraus and Rudolph's group was in the hall, talking about what should be done next. During a short gap in this chaos, Erika dashed all about the mansion. She was checking the crime scenes. Noom, noom, noom. Normally, with the detective's authority, Erika had the right to openly investigate the crime scenes to her heart's content. However, this time, she hadn't made use of that authority. She was a guest and an outsider, so there was little to no chance that she would be allowed to investigate. So, she was forced to quickly check all of the crime scenes now while she could still run about as she pleased. In the servant room, there had been a clear folder containing a sketch of the mansion's interior. Because she had borrowed that, she knew the locations of all the rooms. Erika skillfully made her way through the mansion, dashing into each crime scene in return.
エリカ卿、ご存知とは思いますが、
That girl can really
念の
move.
ためご忠告をいたします。
はい、何です？
エリカ卿は確かに写真並みの驚くべき記憶力をお持ちです。それは探偵権限と組み合わせることで何者にも欺かれぬものとなり得ました。
But you're kind of missing half of that equation.
ああ、分かってます。探偵宣言をしていない私は写真並みの記憶力を持っていても欺かれない保証はないってわけですね。もちろん理解していますとも。かといって現場を直接視認しないわけにはいきませんから。前回のゲームではそこに慢心し悔やみきれぬ失態を犯しましたから。
極論、今のエリカ卿はどれほど研修をしようとも死んだふりを見破れない可能性が常に残るということです。すべての状況を個別に確定させるためにもバトラに復唱要求をする必要があるでしょう。
それを引き出すために青き真実を駆使しなくてはなりませんね。
It's like we're back to a classic game where you can't just throw your weight around.
基礎を十分に基本から攻めましょう。探偵権限などなくてもハンデにはなりません。かつてのバトラと同じ条件で戦っているだけなんですから。
And surely you can prove yourself smarter than Battler, right? Yes, this fight is retracing the old days when Battler and Beato fought so fiercely. I have nothing as convenient as a detective's authority. I just have to truly fight the same way the old Battler fought. Thinking of it this way, it may be true that I was given quite a favorable, unfair position last game, just as my master has said. It may be difficult without the detective's authority, which is also my pride and honor as a detective, but I won't let that be a handicap. I know what magic is, and I'm fully aware of how to fight with the red and blue truce. I know the way to fight in this game many times better than the old Battler did. Sure. I quickly visited the VIP room, Krause's study, and the Natsuki's room on the second floor, as well as the parlor and the guest room on the first floor. This time checking with my own eyes, as I had failed to do in the last game. First off, all the scenes were made to look like closed rooms. Probably of special note was the fact that the master keys could have had nothing to do with the trick. The closed rooms were all made without relying on any elements that could be locked or unlocked from them outside by a master key or something else. The windows were locked from the inside, and the doors were all locked and chained. A master key could get around all the locks on the doors, but not the window locks or the chain locks. I haven't yet had Battler confirm that it's impossible to manipulate those from the outside, but I'm sure he'll be able to say it in red. It'd be stupid otherwise.
分かってます。 今の私はただの人間。遺体の死亡確認さえ満足にできやしない。
Why does she keep fading into the pissed off face? Last time I neglected to check the corpses and let a massive bit of magic get by me. I won't fail like that again. If I did, I wouldn't be able to face the master I am so indebted to.
すべての現場を確認し、情報の整理が終わりました。ご報告いたします。
Here's your court record.
お願いします。
まず、すべての部屋は窓の施錠とチェーンロック等による外部よりの干渉の困難な方法によって密室を構築されていました。唯一の例外はローザとマリアの死んでいた客間のみです。
金系慎んで申し上げる。帽子掛けが勘抜きにされていたものなり。
実質的にチェーンロックと同様の内側のみより施錠可能と思われる
That
ものな
sounds
り
pretty tough.
マスターキーによる解釈を完全に封じた密室を構成するためでしょう。客間の性格上、チェーンロックがないため他の何かで代用することも自然です。
ならどうしてチェーンロックのある他の部屋を密室に選ばなかったかが興味深いですね。バトラが死んでいた客室は他にも数室あって同じような構造をしてたわけですよね。
はい、そうです。
ならそこに閉じ込めれば全員チェーンロックの密室ということで。
I know, you ruined the theme, Battler.
それをしなかった。
Not everybody's in a room with a chain
どう
lock.
もこの客間の帽子掛けの勘抜き
This mystery has no theme anymore.
復唱要求でよく追求するべきでしょうね。あと遺体なんですが、前回の首がバッサリみたいに探偵権限がなくとも絶対の死亡を確認できるようなものはありましたか？
Of course, she had checked all of the corpses and all of the crime scenes this time. However, without the detective's authority, she had no guarantee that she would be able to see through any faked deaths with certainty. The old battler had also started fighting by doubting whether the victims were truly dead. It was the same for Erica.
金系慎んで申し上げる。絶対の死を物理的に確認できる遺体はないと知りたい。
Interesting. It's interesting that Battler did that on purpose.
金系慎んで申し上げたてまつる。いずれの遺体も装飾された偽装死の可能性を否定できぬものなり。
まあ死亡確定の復唱要求をしたところでバトラが簡単に答えてくれるとも思いませんが、やれやれ。
私はベアとの時の6連
Yeah,
鎖
the
密室
daisy
の方が
chain.
面
That
白
was
かった
like
よ。
episode 2, I think? Or was it 3? I don't remember. That was a
マ
while
スター
ago.
キーが一切通用しないという意味においては密室の完成度は今回の方が上ね。
It was 3? Okay, that was right. It was the first Twilight of 3. The first Twilight of 2 was the dinner party in the church.
密室錯覚と事件錯覚、このどちらかね。
密室錯覚はわかるわ。一見密室に見えて実はそうじゃないってことでしょ。事件錯覚ってのは何？
事件が起こったと錯覚することよ。
Right, like Krause's like Krause in the last
つ
game.
まり本当に死んでいるのかどうかということ。
何それ、バカバカしい。いくら密室でも中の人が生きてたらそんなのただのトイレでおしっこしてるのと同じだわ。でも今回の密室殺人、ぶっちゃけそれが回答だとしか思えないのよね。
チェーンロックを外側から細工する無限の可能性。
Well, I don't know. We had one of those weird interludes about the guy trapped in a room that said they couldn't, so.
隠し扉の有無、遠隔殺人の有無、あるいは自殺の可能性だって、そもそも密室が成立しているのかさえわからないという。
私はバトラのゲーム版裏から見て
The
るから知ってるけど、
underside.
これは完璧な密室よ。密室は内部からのみ構築され、 外部からは構築も解除も干渉も一切できない。
Interesting.
それ赤で言える？
さすがにそれはバトラに悪いから
I'm not in charge, so I won't.
ベルンが私を愛してるんだったら私の発言も赤き真実で見えるは
They're
ず。
such gay little freaks. I love it.
なら密室は完璧。
Aww.
つまりこれは事件錯覚ってことになるわ。
そうなるわね。だとしたらこれは全部狂言密室だわ。大方エリカがあまりに空気読めずに探偵探偵と騒ぐものだから、後ろ宮家みんなで結託して
That would be
狂
funny.
言殺
That
人を
would be a
披露
great
してからかっ
prank.
てみたってことじゃない？あら、これ正解？私ってば超名探偵。
それが困る。
Super detective.
これは狂言じゃないのよ。犠牲者はきっちり殺されてるわ。
2日目の24時の時点でとかじゃなくて？
探偵宣言を出してこそいないけど、彼女の見識は極めて正確。
All gay women have the ability to observe the world from different dimensions. I'll choose to believe you.
私が赤き真実を与えられるくらいにね。
それでエリカの検視時に間違いなく死亡してたってことになるの？
ええ、そうよ。それはもうがっつりと。
でも赤き真実では言って
That
あ
would
げ
be
ない
too
のね。
easy.
エリカはその赤が
Yeah, we
喉
love
から
we love
出てくる
torturing
ほど欲しい
Erica.
だろうに。
It's very funny.
だって今回のあいつ探偵でさえないもの。赤き真実なんてあげないわ。
しかしとなるとすごいじゃない。バトラの今回のこれ完璧
He
な
did a
密室
good
殺
he
人
did
だ
a
わ。
surprisingly good job.
あら、そうなるわ。
エリカ大丈夫？一見普通の密室殺人だけど地味にかなりヤバい密室だわこれ。探偵権限さえないエリカにはちょっと荷が重いんじゃない？
自称名探偵だもの。きっとエリカはやってくれるわ。探偵ですら
I don't think things work out the way anyone expects, judging by that cold open at the beginning of the episode.
最高にざまあないくらいに粉々でしょ。
それに万一エリカが負けても最悪のかけらにぶち込んで忘却の深淵に叩き込んで
It
遊
would
ぶ
be
から
pretty
それ
funny.
はそれで面白そうだし。
そういうこと。私たちはどっちに転んでも退屈しないわ。
あんたってば本当に血も涙もないわね。ま、そんな黒猫を雑巾のように絞って一滴だけ滴る雫を舐める時が私の至福なわけだけど。
Gotta twist her like a towel.
レアとの
Squeeze
ゲーム
squeeze all the juice out of
散々
Erica.
遊ばせてもらってるけど、もう何も出てきやしないくらいに絞り尽くしたわ。このゲームもこれでおしまいなのよ。
Are you sure
だ
about
から
that?
最後にふさわしく
I see 2 more episodes. Are you sure?
互いの破滅をかけた一騎打ちくらいには盛り上がってくれなきゃね。
ちえ、このゲームで無限にあんたと遊ぼうと思ったのに残念だわ。
とんでもない。十分にあんたに付き合わされたわよ。また面白そうなゲーム版を見つけてらっしゃい。そしたらまた遊んであげる。
本当にあんたは私を飽きさせないわ。それでいいのよベルンカステル。そんなあんたの表情を苦悶に歪めることだけが私が覚えてしまった唯一の禁断の
They're
密
so
室なのだ
perfect
から。
together. Lambda Delta had guaranteed that it was a perfect closed room. Burncastle had guaranteed that it was a perfect murder. A perfect closed room and murder. The witches hate a killjoy, so they haven't yet said anything with the red truth. Pursuing that was the role for Battler and Erica. I know, it would suck for them to just ruin all the fun.
ずいぶんドタバタと現場巡りをしたようだな。十分か？現場検証は。
ええ、十分です。さて、私とあなたの赤と青の論争バトルですが、いかがします？早速始めますか？それとも最後にまとめて？
お預けは俺の性分じゃねえな。
Yeah, fight, fight,
そ
fight.
れはお前もだろうぜ。
なら早速この第1の番の密室に切り込ませていただきます。その前に確認です。復唱要求に応じるおつもりは？
内容によるぜ。
Maybe.
全てに応じる義務はなく、応じない理由も開示しない。で
はシンプルに密室定義の確認から参りましょう。ドラノール、読み上げてください。
了解です。以下の復唱を要求します。
Delana spread out one of those scrolls that some official would always spread out when announcing the king in Western fairy tales and read it aloud.
一つ、6人の部屋はすべて密室である。
認める。もちろんゴーダたちがチェーンを切断するなどして密室を破るまでの話だが、
Let's see how quickly Battler's plans fall apart. At a nod from Delana, Cornelia, who stood behind her, started taking notes.
一つ、
I like that Erica has her whole legal team with her.
密室の定義とは外部より構築不可能であること。
認める。
つまり外部からはどんな細工でも密室を構築できないということ。チェーンロックを外部より細い針金などで器用にかけ直したなどは認められないということです。
Yeah, that's very specific. I feel like we've seen that before.
言われるまでもありません。ドラノール、続けてください。
一つ、密室の定義とは内外を横断する一切の干渉が断絶されていることを指す。
認める。ただしノックや声、内線電話など一般的な部屋で想定できる干渉方法を否定はしない。
一つ、密室破壊時、室内には犠牲者、ナツヒ、エヴァ、キリエ、ローザ、マリア、バトラ以外存在。
認める。
In this way, they could confirm whether or not the culprit had been hiding inside a closed room. If the culprit had slipped out of the room after the discoverers had noticed the murderers and then walked away, it would have been possible to construct an illusion of a closed room. Because Battler had acknowledged their statement with the red truth, the possibility that the culprit and the victim had both been inside the closed room at the time of the crime, and that the culprit had hidden under the bed and snuck out after the discovery of the crime, had been denied.
一つ、密室破壊時以降に殺人は行われていない。
This keeps going.
拒否する。
Oh?
なぜです？実は密室を破った時点では犠牲者たちが生きてたからですか？
This is an interesting one.
そして実は押し入ったクラウスたちが犯人でそこで殺人を行った。すなわち密室誤殺人だから。これが真相だからですか？
いいえ、違います。まだ殺人は続くのですから、これ以降に殺人が行われないと
Of
後で
course.
宣言すること
No
は
other
できません。
Twilights. That makes sense.
へりくつを。私たちの趣旨は分かってるはずです。クラウスたちがチェーンを切断して密室を破り、そして中にいた人間を殺した。これに反論してもらいたいだけです。
エリカ卿、クラウスたちとの不特定多数な言い方では不十分。
Do better, Erica.
まずは密室破壊後に室内に入った人間を確定すべきです。
金系密室に踏み入ったのは犠牲者を除きクラウス、ルドルフ、秀吉、ゴーダの4人なり。
金系、これは聞き取りによるものなり、他に踏み入った人物がいないという保証はなきなりと知りたてますれ。
We've
言わ
got
れ
the
るまでもない。
tapes.
今のを復唱してもらいましょう。密室破壊後、部屋に入ったのは私を除きクラウス、ルドルフ、秀吉、ゴーダの4人のみである。
いいぜ。認める。ただしこれは現時点での話だ。今後のゲーム展開以下では他の人物が立ち入ることもあり得
What
る。
if we killed more people in the same rooms?
復唱要求、クラウス、ルドルフ、秀吉、ゴーダは犯人ではない。
Tricky, tricky. Battler put his finger on his chin, deep in thought. The word culprit was fairly broad. and it might serve to greatly restrict the darkness of the witch.
答えてもいいのではないでしょうか。もし拒否すればクラウスたちが犯人であるという青き真実が残ったまま。
そうだな。認めはするが、言い方をさらに厳密にし、
Okay.
クラウセ、ルドルフ、秀吉、ゴーダたち4人は、夏日、エヴァ、キリエ、ローズ、
Ah, I
マリア
see. They could become culprits later. What if there's more than one?
ということは密室に入ってさえいないそれ以外の人間たちもまた殺人に関わることは不可能ということになりますね。
さあな、自分で考えな。密室に立ち入らずに密室殺人を成立させる青き真実が提出できるってのなら
Please do. It would be
こと
funny.
もっとも、俺はお前がこれから提出する青き真実のうちたった一つを打ち破るだけでいい。つまり今からお前が遠隔密室殺人のトリック X を青き真実で説明できたとしても、必ずしもそれに赤き真実で答える必要はな
I
い。
don't have to say anything, actually. That's my right. These are the rules of the witch's game. Anja had confirmed these details with Beato in the fourth game. The witch side lays out riddle after riddle that it claims are impossible to carry out except by magic. The human side must use the blue truth to argue that they are explainable with tricks. And if they fail to make a counter-argument with the blue truth for even one of the riddles, that riddle will be considered to have been done by magic, and it would be impossible to deny the existence of a witch. In other words, the witch side only needs to protect any one of its riddles. However, the human side has to fully explain all riddles with the blue truth. And even if the human side manages to explain all the riddles with the blue truth, if any one of those is successfully countered by the red truth, the witch will win. That was why, like the strategy the old Beato had adopted at the end, it was sufficient for the witch side to put off their red text counter arguments until the very last moment, then make a single strike at their opponent's most fragile spot. Battler don't play like that, though.
今の復唱要求には拒否ということですね。
勘違いするなよ。復唱要求はお前へのサービスではないんだぜ。
No such thing as a free red. From the witch side's perspective, repeating statements made by the human side is just a supplement to make sure that they haven't misunderstood the question. Therefore, they had no obligation to respond to extremely broad demands.
やりますね。魔女側プレイヤーとしてもなかなか頑
You're
張るじゃない
actually
ですか。
surprisingly competent.
お前とは場数が違うぜ。
ドラノール。
続けます。一つ、犠牲者たちは他殺を除くあらゆる方法で
This
死ん
beat
では
kind
い
of
ない。
this is a good beat. Very fresh.
認める。
もちろん自殺や事故死ではありません。
一つ、犠牲者は
ドラノール。それで結構で。
よろしいのですか。まだ項目が。
Oh, really? You think you've done it already, Erica? I'm excited to see how well this goes. If it immediately smashes Battler, that would be funny. If it immediately falls over dead, that would also be funny. I'm fine with either outcome.
現場の状況は確認できました。ここから青き真実での反論タイムとしましょう。
ああ、いいぜ。ご考説を拝聴しようじゃないか。
Game start! Though Battler and Erica were enemies, it looked to Beato as though they were having a little fun doing this. She was probably slightly jealous of Erica. Beato thought back on the book she had read in Featherine's library, in which the old her and Battler had fought. That must have been fun as well. It was pretty fun. They were having a good time. But also, yeah, don't be jealous of Erica. That's a dangerous road. During a short break in the family conference, a horrible, brutal mass murder had occurred. The 6 people killed, excluding Battler, had all been women. The remaining men went mad with rage at this cowardice, then broke down sobbing at the sadness of losing their wives, over and over again.
どうして女ばかり卑劣にも程があるやないか。
俺たちは何だってんだ。同じ屋根の下にいて自分の家族が殺されてるのに揃いも揃って気づかずのんびりヤニを吸ってたってわけかよ、チキショー。しかし誰がどうやって
Even despite their various moral failings, all the guys have one thing in common. They love their
妻たちは決
wives.
して無防備ではなかったのだぞ。皆チェンをしたままだった。くだらねえぜそんなこと。どうやって殺したかが問題じゃねえ。誰が殺したかだけが問題だ。
なあ源氏さん、郷田さん、親族会議中の屋敷は窓も扉も全て鍵がかかってたっちゅうんやな。
はい、それはもう間違いなく。
奥様のお言いつけ通り、普段は夜の見回り時に必ず全ての施錠をいたしております。今夜は特別でございましたので、お子様方をゲストハウスへお送りしてからすぐに施錠するようにいたしておりました。
そりゃおかしいぜ。だったらどうして屋敷にバトラーやマリアちゃんがいるんだ。入ってこれないはずだろう。
戸締まりがほんまにしっかりしとったら、
Yeah,
そ
how
うい
did
う
they
こ
get
と
in?
には
That's
なら
actually a
ん
really good
はずや。
question.
この二人が屋敷の中にいたことが戸締まりが完全じゃなかったことの証拠とちゃうんかな。
He was arguing that Goda's failure to lock up properly might have allowed a stranger to sneak in. At the very least, none of them had known that Battler and Maria had visited the mansion. If those two had come and found everything locked tight, they wouldn't have been able to get inside. If they had rung the doorbell, Goda would probably have heard from the servant room, but Goda said that nothing of the sort had happened. How they had entered the locked mansion was a complete mystery.
ひょっとするとでございますが、例えば奥様方のどなたかがたまたま玄関近くにおいでになり、バトラー様たちのノックか呼び鈴に気づいて扉をお開けになったとか。
What if? Lots of what ifs.
そんなわけねえだろ。その時ゴダさんは使用人室にいたはずだろ。
Are they all dead on the character sheet? They should be. Yes. Nobody knows the exact details of their death right now.
玄関が開いたら使用人室にチャイムが鳴る仕掛けがあったはずだぜ。来客に気づかねえわけはねえ。
それがその。
ゴーダはその時ちょうど皆様方のお言いつけで使用人室に不在でした。
なんでこんな大事な日に屋敷の使用人が一人なんだ。どうして源氏さんみたいな重要な人がゲストハウスの当番なんだ。おかしいじゃねえか。どうして使用人室を空っぽにしちまったんだ。 妻がそういうシフトを組んだのだ。よく気の利くゴーダなら親族会議中にも洒落た飲み物を差し
It's
入
all
れてくれると期
Natsuhi's
待
fault.
したのだ。
She made the rotations.
しかしな、クラス兄さん、親族会議やで。一年で一番大切な日やで。そんな日になんでゴーダさん一人だけを屋敷の当番にしたんや。せめてもう一人おったら話は変わってたんとちゃうか。ねえねえ。
With a half crying, half enraged, jumbled up expression, Hideyoshi yelled at Goda. Of course, the culprit who killed everyone was the most to blame and the most despicable. However, even if he understood that, he needed to let off some of his emotions by hating someone he could see.
皆さんの胸中心よりお察しします。ですがどうか落ち着いてください。ゴーダさんの戸締まりが不完全だったか、あるいはゲストハウスから戻ってきたバトラさんとマリアさんを誰かが迎え入れて、その後施錠し忘れたのかは分かりません。
I'm sure Erica won't say anything insane to these grieving
それが
fathers.
謎の犯人の侵入と関係があったとは限りません。何しろあれだけの大きなお屋敷です。もっと早い段階から屋敷に入り、ずっと深夜までどこかの部屋で息を殺していたのかもしれません。誰かを疑いたい気持ちはわかりますが、 どうか落ち着いてください。
客人の言う通りだ。憎むべきは犯人であってたまたま当番だったゴーダではない。とにかく落ち着こう。私とて悔しい。だが今は我々が率先して冷静さを取り戻さなくてはどうしようもない。兄貴、皆辛くて悔しい気持ちは同じだ。そして犯人を絶対に許したくない。だからこそ我々は冷静を取り戻さなければならないのだ。
そや、わしにもジョージがおる。クラウス兄さんにはジェシカちゃんがおる。そしてルド
I
ル
know
フ
Kraus
君も
forced to be in charge
帰
is a
りを待
scary
つ
thing.
エンジちゃんがお
I'm
る
sure he
は
won't
ずや。
fuck this up at all.
犯人と差し違えたる思うんはまだ早いんや。
まだ犯人はこの島にいます。そしてこの無残な事件がこれで幕を下ろしたとは限らないのです。私たちは冷静を取り戻し、これ以上の惨劇を食い止めねばなりません。
Erica's words softly consoled them and gently admonished them. If a servant had said the same thing, Rudolph would probably have jumped on him. However, since it had come from the lips of the guest, a neutral party, it seemed to reach their ears.
落ち着きましょう。
Let's just stay
ここ
cool.
には成人の男性が3人もいて、そして銃を持っています。犯行の手口を見る限り、
Goda does not count
犯
as a
人が
grown
銃を
man.
持っている可能性は低いでしょう。つまり、私たちがしっかりしている限り、もはや犯人に手出しする余地はないということです。
彼女の言う通りだ。後ろ宮の島でこれ以上犯人の好き勝手にさせるわけにはいかん。
探し出そう。この台風だ。島からは逃げられねえし、雨宿りできる場所だって限られてるはずだ。
この島は案外狭くありません。残念ですが、この程度の人数で島を探すのは難しいでしょう。何しろ皆さんは見つけたら即座に撃ち殺さんばかりの
Wouldn't that
兵
be
で
a
す。
good thing?
怯えた犯人があの深い森の中に逃げ込んだとしたら簡単には見つけられません。
そやな。おとなしく台風が過ぎるのを待って船に警察を呼んでもらい、島中を徹底的に探し回ってもらう方がええやろ。警察はな、何百人も来てくれてほんまにしらみつぶしで探すんや。いくらあの深い森でもな、絶対にあぶり出してみせるで。
今一番大事なのはこれ以上愛する家族を失わないこと。
Yeah, we gotta stick together. Splitting up is definitely a bad thing to do. It never works out. Never split up the
帰りを
gang.
待つエンジェちゃんはどうなる。
キリエ、バトラ、チクショウ、チクショウ。
I love that I bet Rudolph has some of the same verbal takes Battler does. Like going, damn it is a Battler thing.
お前たちに俺はまだ打ち明けてねえってば。
Yes, that mysterious truth you've been hinting at literally the entire game.
クラウスさん、きっといとこ部屋の皆さんも激しく動揺していると思います。クラウスさんが落ち着きを取り戻したところを見せることによって皆さんも少なからず落ち着きを取り戻せると思います。言ってあげてはどうでしょう。
そうだな。みんなにこれからのことを話さなければならない。
源氏さんと郷田さんも一緒に上に行ってください。シャノンさんやカノンさん、熊沢さんもきっと動揺されてると思います。
はい、それはもうきっと皆さんも
Everybody's spooked. They've all gone through a lot tonight.
よろしいのですが、何かお手伝いできることは他にありませんか。
だからこそクラウスさんと一緒にいてください。何かの時すぐにそれに応えられるように。私たちは先にここの戸締まりを確認したいと思います。すぐに上がりますから先に行ってください。
わかりました。何かございましたらお呼びください。
Erica's taken to this not having the detective's authority thing pretty fast. Like, the way she's talking is much more friendly and more like, I have a suggestion rather than I'm ordering you to do this. And everybody's like, and it's like an actually reasonable suggestion, so people are more willing to go along with it. Genji bowed and Kraus nodded. Kraus also nodded to Erica, then headed up to the second floor with Genji and Goda. In times of confusion, when only men are around, it's easy for a composed member of the opposite sex to take the initiative. Even without the detective's authority, she was able to control them quite naturally. Erica had wanted to get rid of the servants for the time being.
よし、そうと来たら早速戸締まりを確認しようぜ。
問題はラウンジのこの大窓やな。シャッターもないみたいや。ここをぶち破られたら侵入は防げんで。
いいさ、ガラスの割れる音で十分だぜ。蜂の巣にしてやら。
Swiss cheese!
お静かに。
Swiss cheese! It's like Wolverine in Marvel 3.
皆さんに残ってもらったのは戸締まりの確認のためではありません。
Interrogation time.
今から言うことを冷静に聞いてください。
When Erica lowered her voice, Rudolph and Hideyoshi realized that she wanted to talk about something secret. So they brought their ears closer as soon as they regained their composure.
いいですか？事件は親族会議の小休止中というわずかな時間の間に起こりました。そのわずかな時間中に誰にも悟られずに6人もの人間を殺すなどと、これは屋敷の内外の構造を知り尽くした関係者の犯行です。
それは
そら内部に詳しゅうなかったら。しかし。
A short while ago, they had attacked Goda, suspecting the servants of making a blunder. However, they'd only thought he'd forgotten to lock up and were attacking him for letting the mysterious culprit sneak in. They hadn't considered that one of the servants they knew so well might have taken those lives with their own hands. No, they hadn't wanted to think that. People can't easily suspect someone they know well of being a culprit.
犯行当時、屋敷は内部より施錠され、親族会議に関わる皆さんしか存在しませんでした。
じゃあ兄貴がキリエたちを殺したってのか？それとも秀吉兄さんを疑えってのか？ありえねえ。考えられね
え。Never. None of us would ever kill.
わしは花からクラス兄さんもルドルフ君も疑っとらんで。わしら兄弟はみんな夫婦仲は円満や。
Well, yeah, actually that's more or less true.
後宮家は確かに規律や金には厳しい一族やで。しかしな、家族を
all the wife-husband relations are actually pretty okay. Except Rosa. Her husband ran off with her money.
もちろんそれは信じてます。皆さんが奥さんを殺すなど夢にも思っていませんから。
Erica had already received red truth proof from Battler that they were not the murderers. So there was no need to argue that point. Grouse, Rudolph, Hideyoshi, and Goda. None of those four were the killer. And yet, Erica said this.
しかし、ゴーダさんはどうでしょうか？
Emotional manipulation time.
親族会議の間、ずっと控室にいて、誰にも知られずに何らかの工作ができる立場です。
ゴーダさんを疑うのはちょいと早いで。ゴーダさんは小休止の時、食堂に飲み物の配膳に来てくれてたんや。だいぶ長いことを一緒にいてくれた。とても6人も殺す時間的猶予があったとは思えんのや。
しかし実行犯を屋敷内に手引きすることができた。
Oh, they're in cahoots, you think?
そういうことです。ゴーダさん自身は実行犯ではないでしょう。しかし実行犯を密かに屋敷内に迎え入れることは十分に可能でした。
Rudolph and Hideyoshi, stunned, looked at each other. They were family. Even a wife of the siblings would be considered family. Though the siblings hated each other, it wasn't possible that they'd hate each other's wives enough to kill them. Eva and Rosa were two of the siblings, but none of the others could have had any reason to kill Natsuhi, Kyrie, Battler, or the young Maria. But to a servant like Goda, perhaps they were all little more than complete strangers. Yes, it's time for the Golden Chef to make his appearance. The true culprit behind everything, Goda.
まず1点目は犠牲者たちと面識があり、かついずれの現場にも争った跡がないこと。すべての現場は全く乱れていなかったのを皆さんもよくご存知のはずです。
それは俺も思ってたぜ。あの喧嘩慣れしたキリエが何の抵抗もなく。
Well, she did kind of resist, but only in like the metaphor dimension.
相手の指くらいは食いちぎる女だぜ。顔見知りが犯人で油断させたところを突然って方が確かに。
それを言ったらうちの
Yeah, and Eva knew like fucking capoeira.
何しろ武芸百般。暴漢が襲ってこないかと日々ワクワクしとる女やで。
She sure does.
そんなあっさりと殺されるわけがない。
なら。
Eva's definitely the kind of lady who thinks she wishes somebody would like attack her so she could get in a fight and blow up some steam.
一人娘と一緒のローザさんが不審者相手に抵抗もせずみすみすと殺されると思いますか？そしてこのことはもう一つ大事なことを教えています。
大事なこと？
犯人は一人じゃないってことか。
そうや。同時に殺さなかったら大騒ぎになるところやで。それを殺せたっちゅうことは犯人は単独犯じゃないってことや。
ローザはマリアちゃんのことが絡めば子連れ熊みたいに怒りっぽくなるやつだ。仮に相手が銃で脅したとしてもひるむようなやつじゃね
え。That's true, actually. We saw that in episode 2. She went all Doom guy on those
ローザ
goats.
にギリギリまで不信感を持たれない人物ってわけか。
未知の部外者が島に紛れ込んでいるという考えの方が非現実的であることがすでにお分かりと思います。犯人はこの島に精通した関係者、そして複数です。
The culprit is someone familiar, and there's more than one. Erica's reasoning pointed clearly at the ones they should suspect and guard themselves against. The help!
エリカちゃんは
It's always the butler did it.
疑ってるってのか。
はい。現状を推理して最も疑わしいと思います。彼らを疑う2点目がチェーンロックの密室なのです。
どうしてチェーンロックが疑わしいんだ？
もしチェーンロックのない密室だったら？
そんなの密室やないで。マスターキーの一本もあれば誰だって密室にできるわ。
そういうことか。使用人たちが疑われないためにはチェーンでロックする
But how would they
必
do
要
that
が
from
あった
outside
っ
the
て
room?
ことか。
その通りです。チェーンをかけることで彼らは疑われずに済む。逆を返せばチェーンをかけ
Because
れ
there
ば
wasn't any way to
彼
leave the
らマ
rooms
スターキーの所持者
if the
は
door is
疑いを
closed.
免れないのです。
チェーンをかけて渡航するんは使用人だけ。
Or somebody who wants to put the blame on the servants in some sort of like triple psychology.
連中の肩を持つわけじゃねえが、ならどうやってチェーン、外からチェーンをかけるなんてできるのか？
構造的に考えて不可能ではないと思います。こんな話ご存知ですか？マンションの郵便ポストに配達する郵便屋さんの中にはたまに張り
But
紙で
Battler
作
already
った
said
ヘ
in
ラを
red
持ち
that
歩いて
wasn't
る人もい
possible.
るそうですね。
I think what Erica's trying to do here is just like manipulate people into outing each other.
ああ、聞いたことあるで。マンションの郵便ポストは似たような部屋番号のポストが隣接しとる。ひょいっと投函したら一部屋間違ったポストだったっちゅうことも割とある話らしいや。
マンションのポストは施錠されてることがほとんどです。間違って投函してしまったらもう取り出せなくなってしまう。
In that situation, they're supposed to tell the owner of that mailbox about their mistake. Have that person unlock the mailbox for them and retrieve the improperly delivered mail. However, the resident of that apartment would often be out, and going through that process would be a real pain. Because of that, some mailmen would make a little tool out of wire with a loop at the end, and use that to fish the mistakenly placed postcard out through the crack of the mailbox.
俺もビルの管理会社の兄ちゃんに聞いたことがあるな。たまにトイレの個室の中で酔っ払って
And then
寝
they
込
would
んじま
go
うやつ
back
がい
to
るら
the
しくて
mailman base and fuck the other mailman to strengthen their warrior bonds.
そういうのを連れ出すために扉の隙間から薄い金具を入れて缶抜きを外したりすることもあるらしい。
そういうことです。どこの業界でも本来は開けられないものをひょいっと開けられる裏技的な小道具が存在するものです。同じものを屋敷の使用人たちが持っていたとしても取り立てて驚くことではありません。
確かに
コツさえ分かれば針金で外からチェーンをかけるのもできないわけじゃなさそうだ。確かにできないとは言い切れねえ。
True, physically speaking, one couldn't say for sure that there existed absolutely no way to set and unset chain locks from the outside. Chain locks allow for the door to be opened a crack. If you stuck something through that crack, you should be able to manage it easily. It was very natural for them to think that. However, Erica knew better. Though it might be possible in reality, the Red Truth had already declared that these closed rooms could not have been constructed from the outside. In other words, it was impossible to manipulate the chain lock from the outside. And yet, Erica was guiding their thoughts with the illusion that only the servants could have constructed the closed rooms. With an air of solemnly revealing some crucial point, she steadily steered the situation in the direction she wanted. Every part of her serious face for the last few minutes had been an act. No, to put it in her words, it was a detective technique for tricking suspects.
同じ話はクラウスさんにもするつもりです。
She's turning them against each
使用
other.
人たちの全員が犯人だとは言いません。しかし、犯人、もしくはそれに加担する人物が含まれている可能性は濃厚です。彼らを隔離し、銃を持つ人間を監視につけるべきです。
Rudolph and Hideyoshi looked at each other again. What she was saying made sense, and it sounded as though she was calmly smoking out the most suspicious people at this point in time. With her accomplished conversation techniques, Erica was cleverly grasping the initiative. Even without the detective's authority, it's possible to control human nature to this degree. What do you think, everyone? That's a good face that definitely doesn't reveal your ulterior motives.
いかがですか、魔女側のプレイヤーは。
不思議な感覚だな。かつては魔女側になんて有利なゲームだろう
It's
と思った
actually really hard.
だがいざ魔女側になってみるととんでもないな。こいつはまるで樽にナイフを刺してくパーティーゲームみたいなもんだ。
The mustache guy. Super Mario. From the perspective of the human side, it feels like trying to shoot at a target hidden by mist. But from the witch's viewpoint, a stray shot might hit and become fatal.
そんなゲームをかつての私は何度も繰り返していたんですね。
ああ、まるでロシアンルーレットだ。それでもお前は
I love that song. That's a great OP for Dirty Pair. Russian? Russian? Da-da-da-da-da.
私が聞くのも厚かましいですが、一体バトラさんは何に気づかれたのですか？かつての私とのゲームの最後の最後で。
It was a strange question. Even though in the past, Beato had always been the one posing it to Battler, now that Battler had figured it out, Beato was the one asking it to him.
正反対だな。
What a reversal.
かつては
What a turnabout, you might say.
俺だけが忘れていた。 しかし今度は逆だ。
What a true dramatic irony.
俺だけが覚えていて、お前だけが忘れている。
不愉快でなければ教えていただけませんか？
教えるのは
Haha, can't reveal it yet.
安い。でも
Yeah, I like this song
教え
too.
たく
It's very chill.
意地悪のつもりはないんだ。ただ俺もわずかに奇跡を信じたい。
奇跡？
Kiseki. That's the name of an RPG franchise that's mid, but people insist it's good. Yes, this was the single miraculous seed that Battler had left behind. If Beato could remember a certain something without being told, that would prove that Beato had truly revived. So he wouldn't tell her. It was Battler's final seed. Please don't say it like that. Which existed because he still couldn't abandon his hopes for Beato's revival.
バトラさんが話せないことなら私も聞きません。不愉快な思いをさせてしまったならどうかお許しください。
気にすんな。俺が未練がましいだけだ。
As she watched that sad smile, Beato's chest tightened. He was looking at her and seeing the old her. Yes, I must become my former self, for his sake. My older sister who gets burned by spiderwebs and I who don't must become one. Surely it's more useful to him if I go on a journey to find myself now, than if I simply watch over his game.
今回のゲームはいかがです？勝てそうですか？
勝てるつもりでいるさ。勝ってベアとの望み通り、
Uh-huh.
この永遠の拷問を終わらせる。
I don't know, that cold open told me a very different story, but maybe it's some sort of funny
世
trick.
界はどうなるのでしょう？
さあな、どうなるんだろうな。ただそれを俺たちは望んだんだ。だからどんな結果が訪れようともそれを受け入れるつもりだ。
私はどうなるのでしょう？
That's also a great question. Beato was uncertain. Even she was probably no more than a piece in this game. If the game ended, then would she, one who had been born out of the game's rules, disappear?
ゲームは消えるだろうな。だが俺はもう魔法を完全に理解している。
I'll choose to believe you for now, Battler.
ゲーム版の外へ連れ出せる。それがお前の望みだったはずだ。
私の望み？
それ以上は
I said too much. Spoilers, Battler.
お前がそれらを自力で思い出してくれる奇跡を俺は待ってるぜ。
After smiling bitterly for just a second, Battler laughed and told her not to worry. Apparently, it was best if she avoided talking to Battler about her previous self.
じゃ
Yeah, he's not good at
あ
holding it in. He'll spill it if you press him too
対戦相手との様子を
hard.
見てくる。あのバカが次はどんなへりくつを言い出すか楽しみだぜ。
かつてのバトラさんもそれにかけてはなかなかでしたよ。
Yeah, he was an
私
idiot.
としましては第2のゲームの第1の版に
Yeah,
対
the
する
small
小型
bombs.
爆弾を
Everybody
飲ま
loves
せ
the
て
small
殺したが
bombs.
最高傑作
Small bombs is great. It made me want to kill him.
それは俺の
Even he's
黒歴史
embarrassed about the
最高傑
fucking
作だ。
bombs.
早めに忘れてくれ。
はい、そのよう
Funny.
に努めます。
Alright, leaving now. Don't talk about my small bombs again. Battler became a cloud of gold butterflies and disappeared into the darkness. Beato kept bowing until he disappeared completely. To fill in his place, a single butterfly appeared and became Beato the Elder.
呼んだか、我が妹よ。
はい、あなたのことをもっと知りたい
We
で
gotta
す。
do the fusion dance. We gotta get this
そし
right.
て本当の私がどんな存在だったのか知りたい、至りたいんです。
無論、わらわも未来の自分を知りたい。 そのためにわらわたちは互いのすべてを打ち明け合ったはず。しかし一向にわらわたちは一つとならぬ。
We need to do something
どうやれ
more.
ば一なる自分となれるのか理解ができぬ。
どうやれば私たちは一つに。
わらわはゼパルとフル
Our
フルの試
fusion
練を
has
期待
special
し
summoning conditions. We can't just use polymerization.
勝者に与えるという魔法の奇跡のことですね。
その魔法の奇跡とはすなわち
That would be nice.
一なる自分となれることではないだろうか。わらわは本来の姿に至れる。そなたはそれを望むバトラの期待に応えられる。バトラも万々歳で、ほう、三方丸く収まるというものだ。
やはりこれは試練なのですね。
他の二組に負けるわけにはいかんということだな。
We cannot allow George and
George
Jessica to be
and
happy under any
ジェシカさん
circumstances.
とカノンさん、彼らを踏みにじってしか私は幸せをつかみ取れない。
条件は
What
同
a
じだ。
shame.
他の誰かが恋を成就させればそなたを含めた二組が踏みにじられる。
なぜこんなにいびつな天秤なのでしょう。
いびつとは
恋は得るものと得られないもの
It
が
just ain't fair.
ならばそれらが天秤の両端に並ぶことは理解できます。しかし私たちの試練の天秤は3つの皿が並び、1人の勝利のために2人が敗北するというひどくいびつなものです。
さあな、恋の価値とは二組の恋の破綻と同じ価値があるとでも言うのかもしれぬな。頼りないぞ妹よ。
It's very Machiavellian. It's a very Machiavellian way of looking at love.
敗者のことを
I
考
kind
え
of
る
respect it.
バトラの期待に応え
You
たい
must
という
kill
気持ちを優先できぬようでは
to achieve
拾
real
える
love.
勝利などないぞ。
Or at least be ready to. Work for Kyrie.
そうですね。私も譲れません。他の皆さんには本当に申し訳ないですが、みんな恨みっこなしです。
If I do lose, I'll give my strongest blessings to whichever of the lovers wins. So I'll fight with all of my heart and soul, so that I have no lingering regrets. And I'll win that miracle of magic. It would be funny if that golden brooch she gave to Shannon eventually wrapped back around to her.
どうだったの？
Oh, hi, Bern.
第一の晩をめぐっての赤と青の
Yeah, we haven't
交
gotten
流
to see it.
まずは小手調べでした。バトラもなかなか張り切っているようです。
She had just come back from a fierce fight with Battler, where she had gathered information by making demands for the red text. It was the old familiar kind of fight, reminiscent of when the red text had first appeared, or when use of the blue text was first permitted.
得られた成果は？まず密室を構築したのはいずれも犠牲者たち本人でした。そして、それをクラウスたち
The victims constructed the closed rooms, so that means they locked the
完全に維
doors?
持されていました。さらにその間、外部からいかなる方法でも干渉ができないことを確認しました。
Erica reported this proudly, as though it had been a great battle, but Berncastle looked bored as she listened, because she already knew this. After looking at her blankly for a second, Lab the Delta spoke her opinions frankly.
ちょっと待ちなさいよ。それってつまり密室殺人は完璧ってだけの話じゃないの？
I like how Erica's telling Lambda and Berncastle stuff they, like, already know, so they're just kind of silently making fun of her. It's going well. Battler and Erica have started fighting, which is great. The victims had sealed the closed rooms themselves, and the closed rooms had been preserved until Kraus and the others broke them open. And no one had been inside the closed rooms except for the victims. And Kraus's group, the ones who had broken the rooms open, were not the culprits. In this way, she had managed to win several little red truths like these. Normally, simply collecting such vital information would have been enough. However, the Master Witch, tired with boredom, had expected a much more flashy, argument-winning victory instead of this bland result.
しかしながら私は今回探偵権限を持たないので検視を誤認する可能性がありました。ですので仮死状態を生み出す薬などで私の検視を欺いたと仮定してそのプル
プルピコピオ
Yeah, I remember Puro Puro Pico Pio?
違います。例えばインシュリンとか基地の薬物でも一時的に仮死状態を作ることは不可能ではありません。
This is great. Erica's already starting to do the stuff Battler did that people made fun of him for.
バトラからは赤き真実による反論はありませんでした。
She's already starting to fall to the same tactics of like, what if there was a secret drug or some sort of
つまり
strange
は私は青き
device?
真実が通ったということです。まずは勝利かと。
You think? What a moron. To sum up Erica's report, all she had done was listen to the red truths Battler had wanted her to hear. Only the information Battler had wanted out there had been shown, and she hadn't been able to strike at any weak points. She was like a kid who had gone out shopping, then forgotten her job and only bought candy. However, this was all the players on the human side could do. Without the detective proclamation, she could only fight by collecting dull bits of information like that. However, her master had been expecting more than that sort of dull fight. So, she had tried to give her report energetically to make it seem as though they were in a superior position. But no matter how much she tried, the cold expression of her master remained merciless.
青き真実が通ったバカバカしくて切り返さなかっただけでしょ。
Too stupid to even
自
acknowledge.
称名探偵が大した推理だこと。
私なりには慎重に検視を行ったつもりです。ですが探偵権限がないのでそれでも絶対とは言い切れず。
Maybe you shouldn't have given that up.
あんたが自分で探偵宣言を放棄したんでしょ
Feeling your hubris coming back to bite you?
前回の汚名を返上するためにレートを上げたいとか言い出して。
それは。
なに？探偵権限がないとバトラには勝てないってそういうの？
そんなことはありません。
No, I can win. I can.
あのような無能探偵権限などなくても簡単に勝てます。ただこれまでの戦い方がちょっとだけ違って。
I'm just not used to it yet. I gotta warm up. I gotta warm up, coach. As far as humans go, Erica was quite talented. Her knowledge and powers of memory and insight were ahead of the pack, and it was likely that no human was more well-suited as a detective than her. However, no matter how much of an advantage she might have had over other people, that didn't matter in the Witches game. In the Witches game, it's either 0 or 100. In other words, everything is either the red truth or it isn't. If a normal human was worth a 10, her exceptional power would probably rate a 99. However, it could never be 100. Since it wasn't 100, it couldn't be absolutely certain, so it didn't count as red truth. For example, the examination of the corpses that Erica had worried over in the fight just now. If she had performed it with the detective's authority, she could have said with 100% certainty whether they were alive or dead. However, without the detective proclamation, it was 99%. There was a 1% chance that she'd made a mistake, and that overturned the foundation of the examination. Erica had gained the detective's authority and had become the Witch of Truth because Berncastle had supplemented her talent of 99 with an additional 1. Simply because Berncastle wouldn't give her that 1, in the world of witches, Erica's 99 was treated exactly the same as 0. She couldn't even use her great assistant Delaner without a power of 100. When working under an Erica who had lost the detective's authority, Delaner's red longsword lost its power. Delaner was also irritated that she couldn't provide full assistance. She had tried several times to convince Erica to use the detective proclamation, but Erica had suddenly refused each time. She's too full of herself to realize when she's fucking dumb.
いいじゃない。探偵宣言。そうすればあんたも100人力。 ドラノールも破壊たちとノックス実会でバッサバサじゃない。
したければすれば。
I don't wanna. There was no need for anyone to explain. By now it was clear that Erica hadn't abandoned the detective proclamation by her own will.
前回のゲームでバトラが真相にたどり着いた時点でもはやこのゲームは終わりだった。
Oh, really?
今回のゲームは実は第6のゲームじゃない。バトラがゲームマスターとして記念に最後に取り行う
It's his victory lap. You've already lost, you dumb
も
whore.
う決着は前回ついている。
ま、そういうことよね。無限にゲームが続かなくなり、私とベルンの賭けは私の負け。
Unless they're lying, you know, they can do that.
今回バトラがゲームの真相に至ったことを証明して、ベアとのゲームは見事打ち破られて人間側の大勝利、そしてベルンも大勝利のはずなのに、なぜか不服なのよね。
ええ、不服よ。こんなつまらない勝利私は望んでないの。
ベルンが望む勝利はベアとのゲーム版を徹底的に引き裂き、ベアとのみすぼらしい正体を暴いて徹底的に泥を舐めさせて踏みにじること。だからバトラのこの勝利はちょっと違うのよね。
愛だの約束だの、静かにゲームを終わらせて安らかに眠らせる、そんなゲロ臭い終わり方
It's too
誰が望んだって
sappy.
のよ。
It's enough to give me diabetes.
私はね、そんな終わり方のためにバトラに助言を与えたわけじゃないのよ。妹を背中でひき肉にしてやったわ。両親や親族を何度も何度もむごたらしく殺させてやったわ。それはすべてベアトに対し
Unfortunately, that didn't work out that way. He actually got nicer to her.
それがこの終わり方は何？
She's so disgusted.
私の勝利？とんでもない。バトラは私もあんたも喜ばせない勝利を手にしたわ。私はね、ベアトリーチェがズタズタのボロボロに引き裂かれるところが見たくて、はるばるこんな辺境までやってきて、気の遠くなる退屈な時間に耐えてここにいたのよ。こんな腐りかけのヨーグルトみたいなかけをすすらされるためじゃない。
ああ、ご立腹の顔も素敵だわ、ベルン。なるほどね。それでせめて最後くらい口直しが欲しかったわけね。
前回のゲームでドジを踏んだこのバカ者の
Erica,
せい
you
だわ。
suck.
お前のせいで数百年ぶりに全て台無しよ。空をかす。申し訳ありません。
She's so sad.
主、必ず勝利を捧げますからどうかお許しください。前回探偵権限まで使って勝てなかったあんたがどうしてゲームマスターにまで至ったバトラに今回打ち勝てるっての？探偵権限があったってあんた
You're
に勝
out,
ち目なんかないのよ。
Erica.
ならいっそいらないじゃない。それは
確かにもともと勝てないんじゃ探偵権限はいらないわね。
Might as well keep going as you are.
だからこそより最悪な状況であなたが勝ってみせたならそれこそ私にふさわしい奇跡だわ。そこまでして初めて私はあんたを許せる。
You have to pull some truly crazy shit to get back in my good graces, Erica.
必ずその奇跡をお目にかけて
Everybody's always talking about trying to get a miracle.
で切るわけねえだろゲロカス。あんたにできるのは最悪のゲームに最悪の罰ゲーム。
She has no faith in her little
さらに
oomphie.
探偵宣言という唯一の武器まで取り上げられて
How
とことんまで惨めを晒してそれでもなお腹を見せながら私にじゃれついてこびてみせて私を笑わせることだけよゲロカス。
楽しそうだな。 お邪魔だったか?
Hi, Battler. Interrupting Battler, here to interrupt your abuse. Gold butterflies gathered in the darkness and took the shape of Battler. Though he had just arrived, he seemed to know that the mood was dark.
あらバトラー、第一の目拝見させてもらったわ。なかなかの密室じゃない。あなたきっとベアトより才能あるわ。
Why are you so much better at murdering people, Battler? That's weird.
密室を焼き直しただけだ。その褒め言葉はベアトに対するものとして受け取っておく。
エリカとの攻防もまずまずだったみたいじゃない？連続殺人は順調にいっちゃいそう？
さあな、俺の役目は連続殺人を遂行することじゃない。その過程で貴様らに魔法以外では不可能な密室を提示して
Quite a distinction.
魔女側として勝利を収め、俺がこのゲームを完全に理解したことを証明することだ。いや、もう一つあるな。
何？
前回互角の死闘を演じたエリカとの決着をつけるためさ。
バトラー。互角。
Burncastle noticeably grimaced. Erica averted her eyes and hung her head timidly.
お前の言い分は分かってる。あんなのは引き分けじゃない。勝てて当然だから、あれは負けも同然だと、そう言いたいんだろ。
あらやだ。盗み聞きなんて性格悪いわよ。
鏡見る。お前らの顔に書いてある。
嘘どこによ。え、何よそれ。バカには見えないマジックで書いてあるとか言ったら殺す超殺す。
I didn't think he was being literal, Lambda Delta. Lambda Delta pulled the mirror out of thin air, then looked at it and jumped around angrily. She was apparently pretending to be stupid in her own special way. Merely pretending. That's why Burncastle lets her hit, because she's goofy.
何ですか？
前回のお前とドラノールの赤と青の猛攻、見事だったぜ。
どうも。
今回はドラノールはどうした？お前一人なのか？
いいえ、ここに控えております。
I'm just hanging out. The liner had been standing around in reserve, hiding her presence in the dark shadows.
まあ、赤木たちが使えないドラノールなんて。
I see, you're passing on the cycle of violence from Burncastle to the liner.
いても役に立たないので引っ込めてますが。
今の私にできるのはエリカ教の推理の初期だけです。
どうしてお前も共に戦わない？なぜあの赤い太刀が使えない？エリカの推理とお前の太刀、それらが組み合わさってこそのあの強さだ。
They're having a fight right now. They're having a lover's spat. Delana didn't answer. She just glanced at Burncastle's expression for an instant. However, that glance was the same as a clear answer to Battler now. Battler fully recognized the situation.
お前か。エリカに探偵宣言をしないように言ったのは。
Yeah, she can't use it. Erica told her not to, so she physically cannot use
あら、
it.
何のこと？
これは俺とエリカの戦いだ。俺たちは全力で戦う。だから勝ちも負けも受け入れられる。貴様のような黒幕は不要だ。
A mastermind?
黒幕なんてひどいわね。
What is this, Danganronpa?
私はただの退屈しのぎの感激者じゃない。
感激者ってのは客席で静かに見てるやつのこと。
Yeah, there might be even one of those right
お前
now.
のように舞台にヤジを飛ばし出演者を脅迫したり操ったりするようなやつのことを言わない。
マナーのない客で申し訳ないわね。あんたは知らないだろうけど、私はこの
A huge
芝居を見
admission
るため
fee.
にすでに高い入館料を払ってるのよ。悪いけどそれに見合う分勝手に楽しませてもらうわ。
進行を邪魔するなら ゲームマスター権限で
I'm gonna
お
kick
前
you
をこの
out
ゲーム上から追放すること
for
もで
bad
きるんだぜ
behavior.
したければどうぞ。私を追放するならエリカは私の駒だから持って帰るわ。今回のゲームはお流れであんたは真相に至ったことを証明できなくなる。
Ah, a Mexican standoff.
感激者は観測者、観測者なき真実は幻想と同じ。あんたはベアとのゲームを終えるために
Does Featherine not
感
count?
激者という立ち会い人を欠かせないのよ。
俺たちの真実は俺たちだけで通用すればいい。これ以上邪魔をするなら有無を言わさず追放する。そして次の暇つぶしが見つかるまで何百年も退屈にのたうち回るといいぜ。
じゃあそうすればエリカ、ゲームはおしまいよ。ご苦労様。あんたはつくづく使えない駒だったわ。
You sucked.
敗北の汚名を
I'm
返上でき
taking
な
my
かった
Erica and going home.
あんたは約束通り最悪のかけらにぶち込んで忘却の深淵に空っぽのポップコーンのバケツと一緒に放り込んであげる。我が主、必ず勝利しますから。勝利できますから。ですからどうか最後までバトラと戦わせてください。このまま負けで
Not the depths of oblivion, anything but that.
嫌です。私は最後まであんたの戦いを見てあげたいけれどバトラが追放だって言うし。ねえ、どうするラムダ。
まあまあ、ベルも前回のゲームから
Stop
ずっとイ
being
ラつい
such
て
an
るのはわか
uppity
るけど、
bitch.
ちょっと落ち着きなさいよ。バトラもあんまりベルンを煽らないで。この子たまに自分でも感情がコントロールできなくなるのよ。
うるさいわね。誰が感情をコントロールできないのよ。
Proving the point. Berncastle, who had never showed any expressions at all at one point in time, was now twisting her face in all kinds of displeased and ugly shapes. When Lambda Delta made fun of that, Berncastle clucked her tongue and looked away. As they say, nothing can stop poison but poison. I don't think anybody says that, but okay. Apparently, Lambda Delta was the only one who could rein Berncastle in.
エリカはバトラと戦って汚名を返上してベルンのご機嫌が取りたいんでしょ。はい。バトラは真実に至ったことを証明する最後のゲームをきっちり綺麗に終えたいわけでしょ。
そうだ。これは俺とエリカの一騎打ちだ。俺の邪魔だけじゃない。
Battler, a master of
エ
repeating
リカに
himself.
対する邪魔も俺は許さない。
バトラ。二人に戦う意志があるならそれを尊重するべきだわ。ベルンは私に任せて。不機嫌になったあの子をなだめられるのは世界で私だけだから。
お前もあいつの同類ではあるがまだ
It's really funny how you thought Berncastle might be more reasonable than Lambda Delta, but Lambda has quickly become actually more of the good person.
あんまり私を舐めないで。私はベルンの歪む顔が好きなの。それを見せてくれるあんたのゲ
You
ー
know,
ムを
slightly.
気に
They're
入
not.
ってるだ
Neither
け。
of them are good people, of course. One's just slightly more reasonable than the other.
扱いやすい相手なんて思ってると大やけどじゃ済まないわよ。ドラノールが赤木たちを使えないのは探偵宣言がないからよ。エリカがそれを出せばすぐにもあの力を取り戻すわね。
はい、その時はご容赦を。
エリカ、
なんです。
探偵宣言を出せ。
Do it.
嫌です。
今の俺に探偵権限なしで本気で勝てると思ってるのか。
勝てますとも。
She's always
バタラ
seething.
卿、エリカ卿もまた駒です。主の命には背けません。できるのは許された力を全うし、視力を
It's a
尽く
fight
す
to
だけです
survive.
ドラノールの力は探偵宣言がないと全くダメなのか。
石剣は抜刀に許可が必要です。その申請条件の一つが探偵宣言です。
探偵宣言以外にその許可を得る方法はないのか？
あんた
Yeah, the
何を
game
言って
master
るんで
might
すか。
have a say in this.
私に情けをかけるつもりなら大きなお世話です。
黙れ。お前一人じゃ手応えがなさすぎて退屈なんだ。探偵でない探偵は黙ってろ。
石剣は赤き真実と限りなく近い存在です。真実が与えられればその件についてのみ抜刀が許されます。
真実とは？
例えばですが、エリカ教のガムテープの封印です。
ああ、あれか。
あの封印はすでにベルンカステル教によって赤き真
Right,
実と同等
infinitely
の価
close
値
to
が
a truth.
と認められています。よって封印に関わる真実に限っては石剣の抜刀が許されます。
But without the
前回
detective's
散々
authority,
苦しめ
they
られたから
aren't.
な。今回は粘着力のあるガムテープをゲーム版から全て取り除かせてもらった。
見事な一手です。
Why are there so many rules? Because then it's a civilized game. Games have to be fair.
探偵と名乗ることに誇りを持ってたな。
はい。謎を無責任に暴くだけが目的とはいえ、彼女に
それが宣言できないってのはかなり。
それを当人以外が語ることはできません。
Battler took a deep breath and hung his head in thought for a time. Erica was his enemy, but she was the player on the human side, and without her, there would be no game. If it had been the same with the old Beato, Battler had one-sidedly viewed Beato as the enemy. However, though Beato had thought of him as her opponent, she hadn't considered him an enemy on a personal level. In accordance with the rules, I must fight my rival ruthlessly. However, that doesn't mean I need to hate Erica herself. I don't know, she's easy to hate. Even easier just to make fun of, though. I won't misunderstand Beato's game.
エリカ、探偵宣言を出さないのはお前の勝手だ。だからお前はお前の人間としての力だけで勝手に戦え。
最初からその覚悟です。
しかしお前には優秀な仲間がいる。
She is so much fun.
ドラノールにガートルード、コーネリア、お前は一人じゃない。仲間がいる。
頼りたくても何の力もないゲロカスの役立た
Seems
ず
like
で
a
すが。
you problem more than a them
ド
problem.
ラノール、かつての俺がワルギリアやロノウェに支えられたようにエリカにもまた支えがいる。人間側が辛いことは俺も何度も経験してよく知ってる。
はい。持てる力の限りで補佐します。
近景了解。
近景職務であると知りたまえ。
赤き真実も使えないくせに。
エリカ、お前でなくこの仲間たちに力を与
はあ、何の真似ですか。お前の情けなんて死んでも受けません。
Well, Battler did have help from Virgilia and Renove, like he said, and they could use the red truth.
える。ドラノール、ガートルード、コーネリアで3人。エリカ、お前に例のガムテープの封印を3部屋分許す。
To fully seal one room, multiple seals would be needed to cover all the doors and windows. If he had said 3 seals, it would only have been possible to fully seal one room at best. So Battler was generous and limited them by room instead of by seal.
バトラ教。
この封印には赤き真実と同じ効果があることを。
I sure hope you
俺も
aren't
ゲームマスターとして
you
認め
aren't
る。
backing yourself into an impossible corner by doing this,
そうすれば
Battler.
それを根拠とする戦いではお前もあの赤いタッチを振り回せるようになるはずだ。
I sure hope this won't lead to that cold open where it looks like you're getting owned.
はい。しかし、よろしいのですか？
探偵未満のエリカに勝ってもこんなの勝利じゃねえ。
Chandler is playing 5e chess. I don't know about that.
エリカがレートを上げるなら俺にだって上げる権利があるはずだぜ。
ヒュー、おっとこまえ。
What a man!
よかったじゃないエリカ。これで探偵宣言を出して主の機嫌を損ねずに多少はあんたも赤が使えるようになったわ。
後悔しますよ。
上等だ。来いよ。殺し。
I do like how he's like... He really has fully taken up the Beatrice position of like kind of giving out hints and stuff and like handicaps as a way of mocking. It's cute. Though it was only for 3 rooms, it was a red truth that Erica had desperately wanted. Now, she finally had enough leeway to fight as she pleased. She ground her teeth at being pitied by Battler, but her tears were not those of shame.
了解です。3部屋分の封印のガムテープを受領いたします。その受領ですが、エリカ卿がミセス熊沢から粘着力なきガムテープを受領した時点に遡っての受領でよろしいですか？
Erica had borrowed packing tape from Kumasawa to make seals with. However, Battler had made it so that those weren't sticky. If he ruled that there had never been any problem with the stickiness of that packing tape, the transition could be made smoothly.
ああ、いいだろう。物語を書き直す。初日の深夜にエリカが熊沢さんからもらったガムテープは封印可能な粘着力を持っている。
Okay, this is gonna make things confusing.
3部屋分しかない。
We're retconning our own
残りわず
story.
かなものだった。これを今から適用する。
了解しました。エリカ卿も遡り、第一の晩発覚以前の段階からその権利の
Wait, you're giving her like a mulligan here.
行動の修正を行います。ゲーム進行に抵触する部分が発生し次第、ゲームマスターにご報告申し上げます。
事件がどの部屋で起こったかを知ってからの遡りか。かなり有利な話だな。無駄な部屋を封印しなくて済むんだから。
ゲームマスターになったら随分とおごるようになったのね。楽しいでしょ。無様な対戦相手に施しをするのは。
黙れ。そして勘違いするな。これはおごりでも甘やかしでもない。エリカ、これを武器に本気で来い。だからこそ俺も本気で叩き潰してやる。だから胸を張ってこの3回を行使しろ。以上だ。
Battler made to leave the room with a flick of his cape. As he did, he thought he heard Erica let out a strained voice calling him to a stop.
なんだ。用がないなら行く。ドラノールとよく相談しろ。あのムカつく魔女どもには何を言われても
They're all liars and thieves and sluts.
このゲーム版の上にいる限り、あいつらに好き勝手はさせない。
ありがとう。私、本気で戦います。全力で戦いますから。だから。
Sure.
絶対お前をやっつけますから。だから。もしも私に勝つときは、叩き潰してください。お願いだから。ちり一つ。残さないで。
She's so pathetic. It's delightful.
わかった。だからお前も俺に手加減するな。これは最後のゲームなんだ。俺がベアトに真実に至ったことを証明するための。
You keep saying that, and that's kind of making me doubt that you actually did.
それを左右しない。だからこれは純粋に 公的種と認めた
It's
お前
like a
と
lady
決
doth
着をつけた
protest
いとい
too
う
much
気
type
持
of
ちなん
thing.
だ。ゲームの上では敵として全てを疑え。だがプレイヤー同士としては信頼しろ。それがゲームのマナーだ。
ありがとう。ありがとう。
Battler melted into the darkness, became a cloud of gold butterflies, and vanished. Erica remained behind, sobbing. Yeah, of course. It was all a funny act to get what I wanted. Teehee! I was taking advantage of your kind-natured heart, Battler. Man, who saw that coming? Definitely me.
まんまと引っかかって私にガムテープを渡しましたね。このフルダエリカにガムテープを。
I, Furuto Erica, have packing tape! This is such a funny line out of context. Do 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 do. It was hard to imagine that the person who had been sobbing pathetically and this person now were the same. That's how vile her face contorted to be. The two witches were also cackling with ugly smiles. It was all an act. Byrne was in on it too.
マスターになるとね、つい神になった気がしておごり高ぶっちゃうのよね。
ラムダの時もそうだったわね。歩く死体なんてバカなミスを放置するから負けるのよ。バカなゲームマスター、バカなミス、バカなおごりにバカな敗北、バカバトラ、バカばっか。
バカ。
バカな敗北、バカバトラ、バカばっか。なんだか語呂がいいです。さすが我が主です。バカバトラ、バカばっか、バカバトラ、バカばっか。
バカバトラのやつ、本気でエリカが不利だと思う。
さすが。
本当にご愁傷様だわ。バカを殺すのに必要なのは探偵宣言じゃない。
豆腐の角、犬越しですね。
それにコチュジャンを乗せればワインのつまみにぴったりだわ。
Fall on that tofu, you dummy. The three giggled together. It had all been an act to get the packing tape for the seals from Battler. Even though the packing tape that had tormented him so much in the last game was unusable in this one, he had fallen for Erica's act, and she had gotten what she wanted, though just 3 rooms worth. The illusion that Erica had an overwhelming disadvantage was just an act. A trap to trick Battler and make him hand over the packing tape.
これで完璧にバトラを殺せます。
What if it's a reverse trick, though? What if Battler
あいつ
knew
の
that?
悪気な
I
密室
doubt
な
it.
ど
That guy's
と
so
っくに
dumb.
ネタは割れてるんですから。完璧な密室？ブワーカ。
ブワーカ。
私が本当に完璧な密室ってやつを見せて差し上げますから。そのためのとどめの武器を自ら進呈してくれるなんて嬉しくて涙が出ます。我が主、そしてラムダデルタ卿、お芝居へのご協力誠にありがとうございます。面白
It
かっ
was
た
all a
わ。
trick. We deceived you.
例には及ばないわよ。
演技じゃないし。
I really do think you're awfully pathetic. Berncastle said something that was probably disturbing, but in her good mood, Erica didn't care a bit. That pudding for brains moron, thinking he's done something so noble. I'll make you regret it.
さて、この封印ゆっくりと使わせてもらいましょう。ドラノールもお手柄でした。あんたバトラに信頼されてるみたいだから、あんたが言う
The
と
lantern
ほんと
line?
引っかかってくれますね。まさか両親が痛むとか言い出しませんよね。
But she's so oofy.
分際で。いいえ。
The lantern looked at Erica in a slightly lonely way. Then, after shaking her head slightly, her gaze turned hard, and she looked at the darkness Battler had disappeared into.
手加減なしの真剣勝負と分かっている
That includes lying.
愚かなりバトラ卿、これは間違いなくあなたのおごりです。ミスター・バトラー、これは命取りです。
まずはおめでとうかな。
Okay, I have to take a quick bathroom break, but I'll be right back. It'll be very fast. So please wait patiently until I return. I have to go to the little princess's room. Will be just a moment. I'm back. you it would be fast. I never lie. I would never lie to you. Much.
そうね。すべての恋人たちに強い意志の力があることが分かったのだもの。
They're all very strong. They're all very strong lovers. Everyone had gotten used to these two overdramatic demons. George spoke quietly with an annoyed expression.
僕らがそれを称え合うのは君たちの試練を勝ち残り誰か
同感だぜ。最初の試練は全員突破した。次は何だ。もう後には引けねえ。何だってやってやるぜ。
Jessica has fully gotten the taste of blood.
僕たちは負けません。
私たちもです。
ああ、もちろんバトラ君たちもだね。
無論だぜ。この中の誰だって譲られて勝利したいなんて甘えてるやつはいないはずだ。
Naturally.
そうですね。辞退できる程度の弱々しい思いならば今この場にいる資格はありません。
Even Beato, who seemed to be the shakiest one of the six, was strongly determined. The two demons nodded at each other, taking note of the six's continued resolve.
それで次の試練は何だい。まさかまだ決まってないなんて言うんじゃないだろうね。
少しは脱落者が出ると思ってたからね。
まさか全員が残るとは思わなかったの。
You really kind of ruined our whole thing by, like, not dropping out. We have to rethink it.
これは愛ゆえの嬉しい奇跡の誤算。
うぜえぜ。それで今度こそ脱落者を出すために椅子取りゲームでも始めようってのか。
そう、まさにそのこと。
Oh, okay.
今度の試練では確実に一組にリタイ
That
アして
makes
もらう
sense
こと
because all
に
the
したよ。
Twilights have less deaths than the first one. There's no room for more. There's no room for all of them.
今度の試練は非分の第二の番にあやかり。
寄り添いし二人を引き裂け。
意味がわからない。
ゼパル様、フルフル様、どういう試練ですか。
Kill more.
まさか私たちに殺し合いをしろと。
そりゃ手っ取り早いぜ。
Your money's on George and Shannon.
少々
Not a bad bet.
運命的ではないけどね。
恋は肉食だぜ。
みんながみんな一緒に幸せになることはできない。
そういうのをゼロサムゲームって言うんだよ。経済用語だけどね。知ってるかい？
あ、いえ、すみません。
A tie is the same thing as losing.
ゼロサムゲーム。勝利も敗北も全てを相殺すればゼロになる。誰かが勝利を得るためには誰かに敗北を強いねばならない。それが世界の冷酷な原理だ。
みんながみんな全員が幸せになれればいいのにな。そんな理想の世界あるわけねえか。
ううん、あるよ。
それは黄金鏡。
The Golden Land. It's where they summon Eldritch.
何の話だよ。
そうだったな。黄金鏡に至れば全ての
But
愛
that
が満
shit
たされ
ain't
る。
real.
だ
We
が
haven't talked about that in
そ
a
こは天
while.
国や地獄と同じでこの世ならざる場所だ。
You all gotta die first.
それはごめん被りたいね。恋は現世で叶えるから意味がある。僕は死後に恋愛を
I
成
do
就
think
さ
it's
せる
really
ため
funny
に
that George is
悲
acting
しい
all
心情なん
smart
て
for knowing what zero sum game means. It's like one of the most common. It's pretty common term. People know what it means. He's just using it on Beato because she's a baby.
生きて愛を貫く。何者にも負けない。
It's all about mortal pleasures.
ジョージさん、
Who cares about the hereafter? It's all about the here and now. The door to the Golden Land can be opened by solving the Epitaph's riddle. In that place, love and lives are all whole and can be revived, but
話が脱線してる。それより第二の試練をさっさと教えてほしい。
そうだぜ。寄り添いし二人を引き裂けって何をさせる気だよ。
話はとてもシンプルさ。
恋人たちを引き裂くのは悲しき死の別
That's
れ
right.
しかありえ
You
ない。
must kill more.
6人
More
の
murder
う
to
ち
satisfy
1人
love.
を殺すのが第2の試練さ。
当然相方を殺された恋人たちは失格となって脱落するわ。
つまり確実に一組の恋人たちに脱落してもらう試練というわけさ。
It's a race to the kill.
殺すと簡単に言うが、どうしろって。
殺し合いをしてもいいし、
くじ引きか何かで決めてもいい。
くじ引きで決めるなんて冗
A
談じゃね
fight
え
to the
ぜ。
death would be more exciting, I agree. We need to have one big anime fight battle royale.
正々堂々と決闘しようじゃねえか。
そうなるとゲームマスターのバトラ君と記憶がないとはいえ黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェが相当有利な気もするんだけどね。
あ、どうでしょう。
Okay, don't give it away, Beato.
安心して。この試練ではみんなの力は完全に公平にさせてもらってるんだ。
ゲームマスターのバトラ教でさえこの試練では全員と互角なの。
それなら公平ですね。
完全に純粋に互角なのかい？
ええ、完全に互角。
That's right, we're making you fight on Final Destination, no items.
勝敗は時の運。完全に互角だからね。
決着にも時間がかかると思うわ。
だから優位な状況で襲うのがコツかな。
とことん時間をかけての決闘ももちろん素敵。
Yeah, nobody likes a short duel.
誰が運
Except
任せに
Yu-Gi-Oh
戦うもん
players.
か。自分に有利な状況で戦いたいに決まってるぜ。
となると三つどもえ、これでは動けないのでは。
Beato was the first to notice. If the six were truly on an even footing, and both willing and capable of winning, one pair would have to concentrate their attacks on a single person. If that happened, then the pair containing their target would, of course, band together and resist. In other words, it would never be 2 against 1. It would become 2 against 2 in a matter of luck. However, at that time, any third pair who happened to be watching this could team up with whichever pair they liked, with no risk to themselves, defeating the opposing pair with certainty. It's about
面倒な話だ
alliances.
ね。先に動くことが有利ではないというわけか。
It's like the good, the bad, and the ugly. If you step forward and fight, it's a matter of luck. If you sit and wait for the others to start fighting, it's certain victory. A fight would never begin in this situation.
6人全員がそれぞれ隣同士と1対1で同時
Alright,
に
now
戦え
turn
ば
to
いい
the
んじゃない
person to your left and start punching.
誰かの決着がついた時点で試練は決着する。
Unless everyone could abandon any naive hopes for a 2-on-1 fight, this trial would never begin and never end. In that case, if they made a gentleman's agreement and had everyone duel at once, it would be no different from drawing lots, but it would at least be even.
それは無理。そうなったらみんな積極的に戦わず保身する。その間に誰かが負けてくれればいいのだから。
Shadow's point was a sound one. If both fighters just glared at each other without attacking, then neither would lose. If all they had to do was wait for someone other than themselves to lose first. This brought them back to the starting point. No one would fight proactively.
結局全員が動かず決着がつきません。
全員の強さが互角という算数的状況のせいで
Like some sort of combat puzzle.
そうだね。互いの強さが未知数なら決闘も面白かった。でも完全に互角と言い切られてしまったら決闘はじゃんけんと何も変わらない。
ならいっそ6人全員でじゃんけんで決めますか。
It's not as cool as an anime fight, but it would be
そんなの
funny.
嫌だぜ。勝 仮に誰かが負けたとしてそいつが潔く負けを認めるわけねえだろ。
They would just keep asking for best of 3, then best of 5, then best of 7.
攻撃されることになる。完全に互角なこの世界ではじゃんけんの敗者には生き残れる道理はない。
確かに。なんだなんだ、じゃんけんで決めるのが一番合理的だってのかよ。
極めて合理的だよ。しかし自分の運命を乱数発生期に託すような無謀ができるかと言われたら答えはノーだ。
どうかそれを悩んでほしい。
それが私たちの出題する第二の試練。
考えて殺し合って。
We made it silly on purpose.
誰を生贄にするか決めてほしい。
Oh, that clock do be getting bigger. It's like, I don't know, 223? It's hard to read. It keeps getting bigger, but it's also off-center.
確かに考えられん話ではない。使用人が一番怪しい。
Oh, Erica's spreading misinformation again.
縛ってクローゼットに放り込むわけにもいきません。ですから銃を持った皆さんの常に目に届くところに置いてよく見張る必要があります。
兄貴、マスターキーも回収した方がいい。あの密室も使用人たち以外には作れるわけがないんだ。使用人たちしか知らない構造や道具などできっとチェーンロックをどうにかできたに違いない。
皆は長く勤めてくれている者ばかりだ。私には到底彼らが殺人を犯すとは思えんのだ。
金蔵さんの
Well, it's
寿命
gotta
は
be
わずか
someone.
で遺産問題で大きく揺れているそうですね。それに加え10トンの黄金がどこかに隠されているなんて話もあるそうじゃないですか。それらの分け前にありつけるなら人は罪を犯せるかもしれません。
考えたくはないんだ。クソ親父のおかしなオカルト儀式
Oh
って
no,
可能
not
性もある。
well, not him.
片翼の使用人たちは親父の手先で殺人の実行者かもな。
They don't know, Chad.
親父はどうなんだ。まだ連絡は取れないのか。
内線電話も通じないのだ。犯人に壊されたのかもしれない。それに親父殿は不機嫌になると電話の受話器を外していることがよく。
Don't talk to me.
ノックをしてもその不機嫌な返事があるだけだ。連絡は取れんがあの書斎はシェルターも同然だ。
I wonder who made the grumpy reply. We know he's dead. Oh, right. Yeah, of course. Kraus is just keeping up the illusion. Never mind.
むしろ安全だから閉じこもってくれた方がいい。
Never mind. Kraus is just lying. I forgot. I forgot he's in on it. There's a lot of things to remember at once sometimes. And I'm not, you know, I don't do the thinking around here. I have people to do that for me. Flustered, Kraus tried to explain away Kinzo's silence. Battler, the game master, hadn't made Kinzo's death a major theme for this game, so the conversation didn't progress any further at this point. They stopped talking about Kinzo without Rudolph thinking anything was particularly suspicious. How convenient.
いずれにせよ使用人たちを野放しにはできねえ。それでさっき秀吉兄さんとも相談したんだが、2階に2部屋に分かれて全員で籠城しようということになったんだ。
なぜ2部屋なのかね。1部屋の方が心強いだろうな。
さすがに1部屋に12人もの人間では窒息します。
That would be a tight fit,
そ
yes.
して最も注意すべき人物だけを隔離したいという思惑もあります。使用人の頭である源氏さん、 一番体格のいいゴータさん。
Goda, the large one.
若輩とはいえ、カノンさんも男性です。
この3人を特にマークすべきだと思う。そこでこの3人を隔離し、俺と兄貴で監視する。2丁の銃。俺と兄貴ならとっさの時連携もできる。少しでもおかしな動きを見せたらズドンだ。
分かった。そうしよう。だがルドルフ、彼らが犯人であると決まったわけではない。あまり高圧的にはなるな。
兄貴に高圧的になるな。
Me, your dear brother.
そりゃ俺たちも老けるわけだぜ。
今上で秀吉さんに部屋分けをしてもらっています。隔離者たちをいとこ部屋に集め、他はその隣の部屋へ集めます。
そうだ兄貴、ジェシカちゃんなんだが、兄貴と一緒の部屋がいいと言って聞かない。
ジェシカ。
隔離のいとこ部屋が5人、隣の部屋7人の部屋割りでしたからね。ジェシカさんがいとこ部屋を希望するならちょうど半々になります。狼と羊のパズルで言うなら、今は使用人狼が3匹にクラウスさん、ルドルフさんの羊が2匹、ジェシカさんを加えた方が確かにバランスがいいとは思います。
For a while, Kraus crossed his arms in thought. The cousin room would surely be more dangerous, so he wanted his daughter to go into the next room over. However, in an emergency like this, he wanted to have his daughter where he could see her.
一緒にいさせたらどうだ。俺たちが良い父、良い叔父でいるために必要な
We need her to keep us in
ミッターの役かも
check.
しれねえぜ。
そうだな。私も今は理性的なふりをしている。しかしいつ妻を失った悲しみを怒りに置き換えないとは限らん。
Even without any physical evidence, the servants are certainly the most suspicious. During the long wait, the two men's weariness and anger and sadness might make them lose their reason and act out in anger. After thinking deeply, Kraus decided to accept Jessica's request, in part to prevent such a thing from happening.
それがいいと思います。私も賛成です。
同感だ。子供を失うのは俺とローザだけで十分だ。
ルドルフ。
I mean, Rose is also dead, so she's not too worried about it. In this way, all of the survivors except Kinzo split into two groups and holed up in two rooms on the guest house second floor. One group was in the cousin room. Kraus, Rudolph, Jessica, Genji, Kanon, and Goda. 6 people. One group was in the next room over. Hideyoshi, George, Shannon, Kumasawa, Nanjo, and Erika. 6 people here too. Perhaps as a result of the killer's doing, the external phone line had been cut off. They would have to wait for the ferry boat coming the next day before they could contact the police. However, the weather report said that the typhoon would make the ocean rough all next day. When such a thing happens, the ferry boat takes the day off, so it would probably be 2 days before the boat came. In other words, they would need to spend a full 2 nights holed up in here. While Erika and the others held their planning meeting in the lounge, food and blankets had been brought in to prepare for the siege. The sudden tragedy had everyone on edge, but it was well after 2 in the morning. If they really suspected the servants, then the observers couldn't afford to fall asleep at the same time. Either Kraus or Rudolph should probably take a nap right away.
さすがだな。探偵権限がないにもかかわらず、うまく場を支配しているぜ。
冷静を欠いた男など感情むき出しの犬と同じです。適切に扱えば簡単にコントロール可能です。
One of the benefits of the detective's authority was being able to take charge of the situation. Because of this, Erika, who was both a guest and a young girl, had been able to order a large number of adults around at will. However, she didn't have that power this time. So, Erika had taken charge by making good use of her natural conversation skills and techniques for controlling men. Her man control techniques.
できないことはやれないってわけだ。エリカにそれだけの力があったから認められていたというわけか。
魔法とは決して 怠惰で無力な人間に与えられるものではないのですね。
そうだ。むしろ人知れぬ努力を隠せるやつこそが魔女と呼べるんだろうぜ。
The absolute nature of the detective's authority can affect even magic. However, that convenient power probably hadn't been given to Erica easily. I probably have to acknowledge it. Even if she isn't given a special power by the witch she serves, she's capable of quite a lot on her own.
しかしエリカ、どうして2部屋に分けた？
You know, for funsies.
てっきり1部屋に全員を集めるとばかり思っていたぜ。
探偵権限があればそうしました。これは自由捜査権を確保するための一手です。
ああ、そういうことか。なるほど。やるな。
Everybody gets all grumpy if they're shoved into one room together. Since Erica was being protected as a guest, it was hard for her to move about freely. In truth, she wanted to make some time and investigate the victims at the crime scenes at her leisure, without being interrupted by anyone. She had already inspected the scene once in a huge rush as she ran through the mansion, but that probably hadn't been perfect. However, they wouldn't have let a guest into the crime scene, so she had no other choice back then. She wanted some time for herself and freedom to investigate more, in part so that she could check the closed rooms and causes of death more closely.
それが2部屋に分かれて籠城するのとどう関係があるのでしょう。
そこは奴が口車でうまいことやるのさ。見てな。
ええ、そのためだけに。
It's a funny little trick between you and me. The cousin room was filled with a quiet tension. This room had 6 people: Kraus, Jessica, and Rudolph, and then the most suspicious ones, the male servants Genji, Kanon, and Goda, who had been forced to hole up in here. Jessica leaned against Kraus's shoulder, wrapped up in a blanket. She was drowsy, but apparently couldn't get to sleep. It was no surprise. In this bizarre situation, it would probably take some time before she could accept her mother's death. Kanon thought that this was the sort of time he should stay by Jessica's side, but that looked like it would be hard to do in front of Rudolph's intimidating glare. Rudolph stayed completely silent, but his inner emotions showed clearly in his eyes. So, Genji, Kanon, and Goda didn't have to ask to realize that they were suspected. Sometimes, Goda asked to help in an attempt to get on their good side and correct this misunderstanding, but it seemed to have the opposite effect. Good work, Goda. Always putting his best foot forward. The best option available to him was to stay quiet so they didn't aggravate Rudolph and sit still at the end of the sofa. In the next room over, there were also 6 people: Erika, Hideyoshi, George, Shannon, Nanjo, and Kumasawa. The format of the room and the constricted atmosphere were the same as the cousin room, but even so, it was relatively calm there. They're just hanging out. George sat holding Shannon, who was darkly hanging her head the whole time. Kumasawa and Nanjo sat nervously as they listened to Hideyoshi explain the situation.
敵が何人いるかもわからんのや。しかし、わしらにはこうして銃がある。
We do have a lot of guns.
もちろん、
For whatever reason, Kinzo had multiple copies of the exact same guns.
ハワイ射撃センターとちゃうで。わしな、もう時効だから白状するが、進駐軍のピストルをぶっ放して単価を切ったこともあるんやで。当時の闇市は外国人ヤクザが牛耳っとってな。
He probably wanted to make everyone else feel secure by convincing them that he could be relied upon. Hideyoshi went into one of his old stories that everyone had heard many times, and which had gotten more extravagant each time they'd heard it. It didn't make them any more confident in Hideyoshi's abilities. If anything, it probably has the opposite effect. But it did seem to calm things down a little by bringing in a sense of normality. Would normalcy be the word to use? I don't know.
明日、船が来られればいいのですが。
明日は難しいでしょうな。二晩の長丁場になりそうだ。とにかくこういう時はしっかり睡眠をとりましょ
う。この状況ですやすや眠れるほど。
長司様、
The pain and anger of losing his mother quietly tormented George. Sleepiness probably wouldn't be coming to him for a while. Erika suddenly clapped her hands as though she had just remembered something, then whispered in Hideyoshi's ear, interrupting the old story which he had grown quite engrossed with.
すみません。ちょっといとこ部屋へ行ってきます。ちょっとどうしても向こうの使用人の方たちに確認したいことがありまして。
なんや、電話ではあかんのか。部屋番号をダイヤルするだけやで。
ほら、お忘れですか？
What is she gonna say? Oh, I'm going to this room, and then the other room say, I'm going to this room, and then leave so everybody thinks she's in the other room.
電話、どうも犯人に壊されてるみたいですし。
なんや、ひょっとして彼らの証言に何か矛盾でも気づいたっちゅうんか。
Up until this point, Erika had spent a lot of time giving the impression that she behaved like a detective. So Hideyoshi immediately assumed that this was something vital to do with the crime.
簡単な確認ですが、ひょっとすると大きなほころびを出すかもしれません。ちょっと行ってきます。誰も部屋から出さないでください。
隣の部屋とはいえ、一人は不用心やで。誰かお供を連れてった方がええんとちゃうか。
使用人たちも南條さんも完全には信用できません。秀吉さんはこの部屋の責任者。ジョージさんも秀吉さんをサポートできる優秀な男手です。誰も避けません。大丈夫です。探偵は襲われないって決まってますから。
Erika had already worked hard to look like a sharp, clear-headed person. Hideyoshi relaxed and agreed, thinking it was just next door and wouldn't be a problem.
小1時間ほどで。いや、あまりうろちょろするのも不用心ですね。朝まで隣にいます。明るくなってから戻ってくる方がいいですよね。
その通りや。
Yeah, that's the trick. She's gonna tell each of them that she's in the other room.
気をつけてな。
お隣の部屋に行くだけなのに。この部屋、よろしくお願いします。誰も外へ出さないでください。この部屋を出るあらゆる理由がないよう、あらゆるものを運び込んだのですから。
Food, drinks, blankets, medicine, towels, tissue paper, everything. The women also had their cosmetic pouches. Very important. They could last 48 hours without lacking for anything.
わかっとる。この部屋におるんは身を守るためだけやない。ひょっとしたらおるかもしれない犯人を
Among Us!
よくわかっとる。
グッドです。ではどうかよろしくお願いします。
エリカちゃん、どこへ？表には誰も出ない約束だよ。
ああ、エリカちゃんはちょいと特別な用事を思い出してな。
Erika kinda sus.
大丈夫、平気や。
Hideyoshi suspected that Shannon might be one of the culprits. Since he also knew that Shannon and George had a special relationship, he apparently thought it would be prudent to mislead George about Erika's actions and motives. Sure, okay. Hideyoshi slowly opened the door and checked both ways down the corridor, his gun raised.
大丈夫。誰もおらんで。
ここまでで結構です。あなたが部屋を出ると同時に、シャノンさんが表変して。
Yeah, something Shannon is very capable of.
今、こうして彼らに背中を向けているのさえ、少々不用心です。
せやな。じゃあ用心するんやで。後でわしにも話を聞かせてや。
はい、それでは。
Erika closed the door, pushing Hideyoshi back inside. She then waited for the sound of the lock on the inside, and her smiling eyes opened wide. Her expression had become ruthless and intelligent. In this way, Erika was able to gain several hours during which all the suspects were sealed up and she alone was free. Have fun, girlie. Run around a little. Scurry those walls.
フルネームで呼ぶな。
ここで登場人物全員の所在確認をさせてください。復唱要求です。
無論、これにも答える義務はねえぜ。
その場合は 私が見てない間に部屋を抜け出し、その人物が今後起こるだろう不思
Gotta
議
be
な事件の
proactive.
実行者だと主張しきるだけです。不可能犯罪を見せたいなら、まずは所在確認に応じるべきです。
いいだろう。一応は聞いてやるぜ。言ってみろ。
いとこ部屋に対し、隣の籠城部屋をこれより隣部屋と呼称します。よろしいですね。
わかりやすい。了解。それで
Oh, there's something definitely deceptive in that wording.
今からする所在確認は生死を問いません。体の所在と考えてください。そしてもちろん現時点でのことです。では参ります。第1の番の犠牲者6人の所在は発見場所の通りである。夏日は自室、エヴァは貴賓室、キリエはクラウスの書斎、ローザとマリアは客間で、あんたは客室。まさかこの時点でもうこの程度のことも復唱拒否ですか？
いいぜ。
ですか？
それを認める。
First off, it was acknowledged that the victim's locations were the same as the runes that had been shown by the witch side's illusion.
ぐっと続けます。隣部屋に所在するのは秀吉、ジョージ、シャノン、熊沢、南條である。
認める。
With that, the humans in the room Erica had just left had been specified. Carefully checking even obvious things like that was most basic part of playing on the human side.
ぐっと
Good.
続けます。いとこ部屋に所在するのはそれ以外の全員である。
Ah, the everyone else is important. She didn't specify the names. The word everyone drew a slight reaction from Battler. The intuition he'd built up from all of his previous games told him not to answer this one instantly.
拒否する。
Yeah, me too. My intuition from all the previous games also tells me that.
それを認めるっていうと、金蔵の遺体もいとこ部屋の中にあるって論法になっちまうからな。
はあ、失礼。金蔵はすでに存在しないことが確定していますから、全員という言葉からは抜いて考えてください。
なぜいとこ部屋だけ全員という言い方をする？クラウス以下6人の名前を個別に挙げて、なぜそんなアバウトな言い方で
6人の名前をいちいち読み上げるのが面倒く
She's
さいから。
definitely trying to pull something here.
それとも何か？
But at the same time, Battler having a problem with that also is like playing his hand.
全員という言葉だと何か問題のあるトリックでもあるんですか？
It's like a standoff. They're at an impasse. If Battler had been told to repeat Kraus, Rudolph, Jessica, Genji, Goda, and Kanon in the cousin room, he would probably have acknowledged it with the red without thinking too much about it. Of course, normally Erica would have mentioned the names of everyone inside and had him repeat it precisely. Battler had paused, feeling some kind of unease because of that unexpected demand in the word everyone.
私と金蔵を除き17人いる島で6人が殺されて屋敷に横たわり、隣部屋に5人がいるとなれば残る6人はいとこ部屋にいる。これが正常な考えでしょ。しかし17人いる島だから6を引いて5を引いてさらに6を引けばちょうど0になって所在不明の人間は0になるという思い込みは大変危険です。バトラさんもこの辺の名前と人数のトリックで第3のゲームの南條殺しで散々苦しめられたはずです。
With the windows and all that.
そうだな。あの時のトリックは18人分の名前と実際に存在する18人が食い違うことで未知の人物が混入する余地を許していた。
そういうことです。ですから名前だけでの所在確認は安心できないわけです。そこで私は全員という言葉を採用することにしました。この言葉はまだ私が想像もしていないバトラさんの新しいトリックを未然に防ぐことさえできるのです。
But refusing to answer in red would reveal that he's using a trick, kind of.
なるほどな。うまいやり方だぜ。
If Battler was planning a new trick where the names and numbers of people would be used to create false alibis, like the murder of Nanjo in the third game, even naming off all 17 people and checking their positions left a trace of uncertainty behind. And if he cleverly managed to slip somebody past the names and numbers of people?
例えばですが、この島に未知の暗殺者 X が紛れ込んでいるとします。仮にその X の名をプルプルピコマンと名付けましょう。
なるほどな。全員の名を挙げて所在確認をしても、プルプルピコマルとやらはその網にかからないってわ
け。そういうことです。この島には17人しかいない。そして17人の所在はここであるとされても、それだけでは不十分なわけです。
It's kind of silly that Eric is using the same unknown X things Battler did, but I guess now that he's the game master, there's nothing stopping him from introducing
前
that.
科もあるわけですからね。
しかし全員というのはあまりに範囲の広すぎる言い方です。他の言い方でうまく言い直せないでしょうか。
No.
いや、ここで全員という言葉から逃げると、エリカはそれを根拠に全ての犯人をプルプルピコマルトやらの仕業で逃れ
I hate that Puro Puro Pico Man.
かつての俺もお前との戦いで未知の18人目 X だけを根拠に複数の謎にくさびを。
全員という言葉の重み、よーく考えてお返事くださいね。
This definitely isn't a trap. Erica wore a full but evil smile, confident that she had made a powerful move. Players on the witch side must eradicate all possibilities that would be possible for humans. If I don't crush any chance for this ridiculously named Puru Puru Pico Man right now, he'll be used to explain everything the witch does. That was a move I liked to use in my old games with Beato. Back at the very beginning of the fight, my counterattacks were all based on the unknown 19th person X. Because of that, Beato had restricted the number of people on the island, making it necessary to eliminate any unknown person hiding somewhere. In that case, this time is the same. So, just like Beato did, I need to get rid of any leeway in which that X can exist. The number of people on the island has already been announced, but since she's suspecting tricks involving names and numbers of people, saying the same thing again won't satisfy her. In that case, I have no choice but respond to her demand and use the word everyone. That word has a disturbing ring to it, and though I haven't figured it out yet, it feels like there's some kind of demonic killer move hidden within it. Damn, after insulting Beato so much and saying that the witch side had a huge advantage, I'm getting this pressure just having to deal with a single line to repeat.
Distraction ですね。
She didn't say deflection, but okay.
チェス用語のか。
はい。敵の駒に圧力を
Maybe that's
移動をし
maybe they just say destruction
敵
in
陣形を
Japanese
自らに
chess. I don't
崩させ
know.
る手法のことです。
全員というあまりに広域で強力な駒に私は移動を強いているわけです。バトラさんにとってはこれによって生存者全員のアリバイが完全に保証され、以後の不可能犯罪を私に言い逃れさせないことが可能となるでしょう。何を恐れます？あなたにとって強力な一手じゃありませんか。
しかしそれはお前が敷いた上での手だ。お前はそれによって俺の何かの人形を崩そうとしている。
どんな妙手も相手に望まれたならそれは握手に同じです。
It's like reverse psychology.
しかしここで全員という言葉を避けることも難しい。
The red truth can cut the weak reasoning of the human side apart over and over. In the past, I feared its ruthlessness. However, I also learned quickly that it could be used as a basis for a counterattack.
赤き真実は殿下の宝刀か。ベアとの気持ち、今は痛いくらいにわかる。
It can kill with ease, but it's not something to be used unnecessarily. Using it carelessly will end up cornering the witch side instead.
どうします？放流でも結構ですよ。
いや、わかった。認める。それ以外の全員が いとこ部屋にいることを認める。
Oh boy, I'm sure this won't come back to bite you in the ass.
ありがとうございます、バトラさん。実に美しくバッサリです。はあ、困りました。この状況で魔女からの手紙が現れたりなんかしたら、一体誰を疑えばいいのやら。
She said she was in trouble, but her face didn't look troubled at all. On the contrary, she looked as though she had just succeeded in placing a huge opening move. In a witch's game, even a single mistake can be fatal. In both chess and shogi, you can't get a piece back once you've moved it. That last exchange had left a bad aftertaste, as though flesh had been torn and bones broken.
所在確認はこれで十分のはずだ。ゲームを進めてもらおうか。
そうします。ドラノール
Hi, Delaner.
はい、エリカ卿。
それでは早速始めましょう。
Oh boy.
慈悲深いゲームマスター様がくださった権利を。
はい、心得ております。ガートルード、コーネリア。
She's already got the tape in play, I see. You really should. Okay, Battler, you really should not have given her the ability to put it retroactively. That really screwed you, I think.
休憩。慎んで。
了解するものなりや。
いとこ部屋と隣部屋を封印。これで犠牲者以外の全員を封じました。これ以降何が起こっても封印の中の人間たちは問題となりません。
Yeah, that's a big problem. This is why you really shouldn't have gone with the everyone. I thought she would do something like this.
扉、いとこ部屋、隣部屋の両部屋の密封は保証されました。
For just an instant, a red longsword had returned to Delaner's hand. She had been given permission to drive, thanks to the red truth that she'd finally gained. When the flight concerned these two sealed rooms from now on, Delaner would be able to use that merciless blade, the red key. This overwhelming power could slice even the Game Master in half. For a while, Erica and Delaner just grinned at each other, entranced by the ruthless red light that was burned into their eyes. This is gonna be a big problem.
定石補佐官、慎んでお尋ね立てまつる。
何か。
人間側プレイヤーは魔女の出題を人間の仕業で読み解くのが戦い方と知るものなりや。
あなたに相違なし。
なればなぜにエリカ卿と上司ドラノールは犯行の余地ある人間を自ら減らすように戦うなりや。
Cornelia's question was a very simple one. Those two had made this move boldly, making it sound like it was a powerful one, almost as though it would greatly damage the witch. However, if you thought about it, Erica was just strangling her own neck.
これよりどのような事件が起こるかもまだわからぬと知りたまう。むしろ所在を確定させない人間が多い方が人間に有利ではないかと推測するものなりや。
今はまだ。今日も上司主席も。
Well, if she puts the tape on the two rooms, then she'll know for sure if somebody left it. Though I guess that doesn't narrow it down to who. It does narrow it down to 6. Cornelia looked like she wasn't satisfied. In the previous game, when trying to help Kinzo escape from his study, Battler had desperately tried to break free from that closed room using various methods. As a result, Kinzo had escaped into the darkness of the night, and it had later been possible to treat him like an elusive phantom. In other words, closed rooms were advantageous to witches and disadvantageous to humans. Witches proposed closed rooms, and humans destroyed and denied them. That should have been the standard tactic of this game. And yet, Erica had created closed rooms herself, sealing a full 11 humans in them. In other words, this was the same as abandoning the right to use those 11 people when explaining all of the later tricks. In the past, Battler had confirmed the location of certain people, but that had been to check whether certain pieces existed with which he could break closed rooms, a completely different situation. Why had Erica taken these 11 people, who were also her pieces, and sealed them in a closed room? Cornelia hadn't experienced enough fights to understand this move, which looked as though they were trapping themselves. She doesn't know, chat. She's lacking critical
不気味な
information.
一手ですね。一体エリカは何を企んでいるのでしょう。
攻撃とは限らねえさ。チェスも将棋もそうだろ。キングの守りを固めておくのだって立派な戦略だ。
つまりこの2部屋の封印は攻めでなく守りだと。
そう考えるのが妥当だろうぜ。おかげで生存者たちにちょっかいが出しづらくなった。第2の番が実行しにくくなったってわけだ。
ああ、なるほど。魔女側は謎を多く提示した方が有利。
そうだ。何しろ一つでも謎が通れば魔女の勝ちなんだからな。
No more riddles. We have to decrease the riddles.
多くの密室を提示した方が有利に戦える。
The riddles that the witch's side set up are equivalent to attacks. The human side must perfectly intercept all of those. It's almost like a penalty shootout, where letting a single point slip by means defeat. So the witch's side wants to increase its number of attacks. The human side wants to lower the number of attacks. When Battler had fought on the human side, he hadn't thought of the survivors holding up in a room as being particularly useful. However, from the witch side's perspective, this strategy was simple but effective. What made Pt.8 incredible was how she'd bluffed and sneered at this tactic as though it was completely useless. On the inside, she must have been so worried over how to break down all of these barricades in each game. Right now, I'm sure of that.
なるほど。事件が発生できないように守りを固めるのも人間側の戦い方なんですね。
Consolidation.
しかしそれは平凡な一手だ。あの名探偵フルドエリカがあれだけ自信満々に強打するほどの一手じゃない。
Yes, there must be more to it. Would Erica be happy after playing a defensive move? Though this move looks as though she's restraining herself, it's also extremely unlikely that Erica was playing defensively.
これはきっと守りじゃなく攻めなんだ。どういう攻撃か理解はできねえがな。
次は私たちの手番ですが、どうしますか？
Something silly, perhaps.
とりあえず表向きは奴は第一の番の推理ではなく第2の番を防ぐための守りに手番を費やした。押さば引け、引かば押せだ。ならこっちは攻めていくしかない。
We have to go on the attack. We have to press her.
どう攻めればいいやら。ゲストハウスはかなりの守りになっています。
Kill.
そうだな。ゲストハウスの全域が今やエリカの支配下に。
More killing.
しかしビショップやナイトのように敵陣に食い込む。
Yeah, the little horsey that can do a jump over other pieces. Battler snapped his fingers, and a single gold butterfly appeared from the darkness, then flew in front of the chessboard, trailing gold sparks behind it. It landed without a sound, then transformed into a black piece representing the witch's darkness.
X-ray.
X-ray.
これもチェス用語だった。
Is it? I've never heard that one.
一見敵の支配下に見えるマスが実際は自分の駒が十分に影響力を効かせていることを見透かして攻撃する高等技法だ。
エリ
カ。Okay.
生存者をすべて密閉し、次なる俺の攻撃を防げると本気で信じている。それは甘い考
えだ。Battler raised his new black piece high. His target was a single open space deep behind enemy lines.
道具。これが俺の王手だ。
Let's see how this goes. It'll be very funny, I think. It'll be very funny if Erica planned for it all along. No matter who loses, it's funny to me, which is great. I'm only here for entertainment.
これでようやく羽が伸ばせます。まずは屋敷に深夜の散歩と参りましょうか。
Just a little late night walk.
殺人犯が潜んでいるかもしれない不気味な屋敷にこのような深
Who
夜
wouldn't?
の散歩とは。
Sounds like fun.
酔狂な御人です。
とんでもない。ようやく得た自由時間じゃないですか。今の私はプール授業の後の自由時間みたいにワクワクしています。
Now that Burncastle was nowhere in sight, Erica was regaining her high spirits. She wasn't exaggerating when she said she was spreading her wings. The lantern knew that she was risking her own destruction in this game, and she was not in a favorable position by any means. The lantern could do nothing but assist Erica so that she could fight to the best of her abilities.
よし、ゲストハウス1階の戸締まりも完璧ですね。玄関もちゃんとチェーンロックで封じられています。
Before leaving the guest house, Erica did a check of the first floor, making sure that nothing was out of place. Then she found a flashlight and umbrella in the servant room next to the entrance.
では参りましょう。
まずは6人の死因くらいは確定しなくちゃ。
She unset the chain, unlocked the door, and opened it. The freezing outside air poured in.
風はだいぶあるようです。
まあ、この体など私にとって肉の檻。
That's a very Warhammer 40k
濡れ
thing
よう
to
が
say.
冷えようがどうでもいいことです。行きましょう。
Rescind the flesh. When Erica dropped her gaze to open her umbrella, she noticed something lying at her feet. Hey, there it is.
これはいつもの手紙。
Played a little trick on you. It was one of those letters sent by the witch, with the seal of the one-winged eagle on it. It had been wedged under the outside mat in front of the entrance, as though someone had predicted that Erica would eventually leave for the mansion by this way. It was in the shadows of the large eaves, so it had avoided the rain entirely.
早速来ましたね。まるで待ち受けていたかのように。
Almost. She bent over and picked it up. She then tore it open recklessly and pulled the letter inside out of it. A message had been written in neat letters.
ようこそフルドエリカ様ですって。やれやれ、私を名指しでですか。完全に読まれてますね。
内容は何です？
犯行予告です。
In advance notice?
いや、事後報告と言うべきですね。後宮バトラの死体をお預かりしたそうです。どうぞ探してみてくださいとか言ってます。
Battler gone.
第二の晩の寄り添いし二人を引き裂けではないのですか？
まあ、死体が消失する云々は
That's true, we lost Kraus
何度
once.
かありました。それほど真味のある話ではありません。
Erica shrugged and scorned the letter. However, this letter was a real attack. All of the survivors who were sealed in rooms on the second floor. And at the very end, after she had gone around with Kraus and the others to check the locks and doors on the windows, Erica had personally confirmed that there was nothing in this spot. So, this was an attack saying, someone who shouldn't be here placed the letter, and that this someone was a witch. That was also an attack that the old Beato had often used. Well, are any of the seals on the doors broken?
やれやれ。見せ方も同じなら、トリックまで同じだって言うんじゃないでしょうね。ドラノール、バトラを呼び出してください。
了解です。バトラ卿、東方の手番を所望です。
了解だ。
Hey, what's up? I was watching.
申し訳ありません。実は指し手の宣言では
I was lying, actually.
実は一つ謝らなければならないことがありまして。
Apologize? Battler and Beato's eyes went wide. However, though Erica said that she wanted to apologize, she had a confident look on her face, as though even that apology would be a new move. So, Battler glared at her dubiously without letting his guard down.
例の遡っての封印についてですが、実はすでに一箇所封印しておりま
Was
し
it
た。
Battler's room? That would be funny.
それのご報告が遅くなりましたことをお詫びしたいと思います。
She was waiting for him to reveal that that something had changed in one of them.
すでに封印していた？ つまりお前はもうこれで3部屋分を使い切っていたということか。
はい、直ちに報告するお約束だったのですが、うっかり失念して
Yeah,
ここま
forgot
で
in
ゲームを
quotes,
進
in
めてしまいま
sarcastic
し
air
た。
quotes.
心よりお詫びいたします。
心より詫びてる顔には全く見えねえぜ。まあいいさ、俺が許した権利だ。それでいつどこを封印していたって？
ドラノール、
ご報告申し上げます。エリカ教による死体
Of
検視
course,
時
of
にバトラの
course.
客室を封印しておりましたこ
Who's
とを
surprised by
ご報
this?
告
No
申し
one.
上げます。
Beato tried not to let it show on her face, but her eyebrows twitched visibly and the gaze flickered to Battler.
本来なら5つの密室すべてに封印を施したかったところなのです
Yeah,
が、
you can't scramble all the walls, all over the walls like a little freak.
ゲームマスターのあなたに敬意を表してバトラさんの死体の
Yeah,
部屋
that's
だ
the
けを
reason.
封印させてもらいました。
ご丁寧に俺の棺桶の蓋を閉じてくれたわけか。
つい先ほど思い出しましたもので、屋敷に到着し、あなたの死体の客室を調べるときにご報告すればいいかと思っていました。しかしこの手紙の登場で急ぎご報告
You
した方がい
definitely
いと
didn't
思い
do
ま
it as
し
soon as
た。
you read the letter. No siree.
どうしてそう思うのですか？
You really should not have given her the retroactive power. That was really dumb.
何しろバトラさんは自分の死体の客室が封印されてることを知らずにゲームを進めてたわけですから、それによってひょっとしたらこの登場した手紙、話が変わってくる可能性もあるかなと。
いとこ部屋と隣部屋を封印中です。事後報告で申し訳ないですが、さらにあなたの死体の客室も封印中です。そして島にはエリカ教を抜いて17人。18人目の存在は過去のゲームですでに否定済みです。
となると手紙を置ける人物とあなたの死体消失。
Well, the theory would be that Battler is still alive.
ひょっとして話も変わってくるかなと思いまして。
Erica laughed crudely while staring into Battler's eyes to see if he was panicked or disturbed.
バトラさ
ん。落ち着け。エリカの報告が遅くなっただけの話だ。
Yeah, totally late and not just put the tape the second she read the letter. Erica had suspected it since the beginning. It was possible that Battler actually hadn't been killed and was still alive. And if he was alive, then the letter that had suddenly appeared was easy to explain, even though all of the survivors were sealed up. Judging by Beato's faint agitation, maybe Erica's guess had been right on the mark. Battler played dead and somehow got around to Erica's examination. And then, while everyone was barricading themselves in the guest house, he snuck out of the guest room. After that, he placed a letter detailing the disappearance of his own corpse in the entrance to the lobby, and hid himself. If that was the truth, then the seals that had been placed on Battler's guest room at the time of Erica's examination were now very significant. In other words, if this was the trick they'd used, then Battler would certainly have broken the seals when he left his guest room. The trick would not be workable without breaking the seals. Since the survivors were all sealed up inside the guest house, then if the seals on the guest room were broken, it meant acknowledging that at least one of the victims was actually alive. If Battler had known about the seals earlier, it was likely that he would have advanced the game in a different way to avoid this. In other words, it was very likely that an announcement about the seals would have had a large effect on the rest of Battler's game. Erica was saying, if Battler avoided breaking the seals because he was pretending to be a corpse and instead remained inside the guest room, perhaps his letter would not have appeared in the story. If Battler was actually alive and had placed a letter there, then now that Erica's seals had come into play, there was a chance that his trick would cause a contradiction somewhere down the line. That sort of contradiction is called a logic error. Gotta find the contradictions, that's what Ace Attorney told me.
今回の物語の
ずいぶん最初の方で聞いた気がするわ。
魔女側が犯してはならぬ最大最悪のミス、反則手だ。
あ、思い出したわ。
She's basically trying to trick Battler into making
物語の
one of
表裏
those.
が合わぬこと、矛盾することとか言ってたわね。
伏せたカップの中に飴玉が現れる魔法の話を覚えているか。
ええ。
Why are you behind her like
マリア
that?
お姉ちゃんとエリカがそれをめぐって論争したわね。あれはお姉ちゃんが目を閉じている間にカップの中にこっそり飴玉を入れるだけの単純な手品だった。
そうだ。その手品の過程を観
You
測
just
して
take
い
up
ない
so
マ
much
リアに
space,
結果の
Featherine.
みが与えられ、魔法でカップの中に飴玉が現れたとする魔法元素を受け入れたから魔法が成立した。
そうか、ロジックエラーとは不可能になってしまった手品という意味ね。
If you think about it, Erica and Maria's fierce red and blue truth battle over this magic was the real opening of this Tales fight. Let's try to remember that exchange. Let's go back to the past. The heartless truth was that it had all been a trick. Making the candy appear in the cup by magic had been nothing more than Beato's claim. Magic can only do things that one can accomplish. In other words, you can only have a magical result if it's something that could have been done without magic. Let's be clear. There are two general types of magic. Right, yeah, the big magic fight from episode 3. If you summon giants and make towers grow from the ground, but when the lid is taken off, nothing has happened in the rose garden, that's one type of magic. That's just an illusion. It's a lie with no observers that takes place where the witch says it did, in a location without any of the anti-magic toxin. Magic that doesn't have to match a result is the most simple kind, a lie. This is the same as a worthless delusion, an illusion, a daydream. Even Battler saw through it partway through the third game. Then there is another kind, which we might call true magic, magic that matches a result. The cup trick is an example of magic that matches a result, since an observer actually checks to see that the cup's contents were empty before seeing a candy appear there, and thus an actual observer of the incident is created. I've discovered one big rule that magic matching a result has to follow, unlike the magic of illusions. The rule is that only the unobserved process of what you accomplished can be transformed into magic. Right, it's about the process, not the result. If you see someone say, look, there's nothing in this cup, and then they flip open the cup and there's a candy inside it, what matters for determining whether it's magic or not is determining the process by which the candy got in there. I can speak even more generally and ruthlessly. In short, all forms of magic are tricks. Only things that can be accomplished without magic can have a matching result. Ironically, this also proves that magic doesn't actually exist. But out of respect for the Witch's game, let's call it making the game solvable and fair for the human player.
つまりカップの中の飴玉が今回はエリカの前に現れた謎の手紙ということになっている。これは手品でなくてはならない。それをお兄ちゃんは魔女が魔法で手紙をそこに置いたと主張することで結果を伴
The
う魔法
acknowledgement
に
is
しよ
that
うとして
everything is a trick, but the challenge is determining how it's a trick, basically. If you can't come up with a good answer, then magic wins.
そうだ。生存者は全員ゲストハウスの密室に封じられている以上、突然に現れたこの手紙は魔女以外に置くことは不可能な不思議な魔法に修飾することができる。しかしそれでもつまりは可能な手品でなくてはならないということだ。
In order to see through the trick with the candy in the cup, Erica had countered with the blue truth, saying that the candy had been snuck in there while her eyes were closed. That was the correct answer, so Maria hadn't had any red that she could use. But what if she had used it? For example, what if Maria had used the red truth then to say, Until I lifted the cup up, the closed room of the overturned cup remained intact. As in, while their eyes were closed, the cup hadn't been lifted up.
赤き真実は真実にしか使えないんでしょ？嘘をシャーシャーと言えたら重大なルール違反だわ。
Alright, that would defeat the point.
そうだ。自分のトリックを否定する赤き真実は大きなルール違反だ。しかしその赤き真実に抵触しない別のトリックに即座に差し替えられるなら、いささかアンフェアではあるが、その赤き真実は認められる。
この場合はカップの中の密室は維持されていたという赤き真実に矛盾しない手品のトリックを魔女側は即座に提出しなければならないということね。証拠を突きつけられて2点3点させる政治家の言い訳みたいだわ。
Witches are no different than politicians, basically.
そうだ。まあ、
The magic of
その程度の赤なら
politics.
ばまだ苦しい言い訳でも言い逃れられよう。テーブルに仕掛けがあったとか、二重底の手品用カップだったとか。しかしもし、あらかじめその可能性についても赤で否定があったなら、それも赤き真実が多ければ多いほど言い逃れの余地もなくなるわけだ。
In actuality, the candy had been put in the cup while Maria's eyes were closed. However, if, when Erica saw through that, Maria had used the red truth to say that the closed room of the cup had been preserved, the witch would have to rush and revise the scenario to a new trick that still worked logically after that new red. Revising the scenario is an unfair move that would never be allowed in the mystery genre. However, the very act of revising the scenario takes place inside the witch's head, which is an unobservable world. All in her mind? It's that one Riddler thumbnail. It's all in his mind. So if she claimed that she'd been using the trick with the fake bottomed cup from the beginning, no one could deny it. So, even if it really was a trick done while One-chan's eyes were closed, as long as the witch leaves herself a way out, she can even switch between the truce/tricks. Rather than calling this an action available to witches, we should probably say that it's only usable by the game master, the one who creates and writes. But even so, the new truth must not contradict any of the previously stated red truths. If the red truth makes it so that the trick no longer makes logical sense, then there will be a mismatch between the two sides of the story, the illusory result that the game master claims is magic, and the true result that was brought about by a trick. So, when we get a contradiction and it no longer makes logical sense, we call it a logic error. And that would mean the destruction of the witch's game. So Erica's basically trying to bait Battler into making a logic error.
すなわち、すべての魔法はトリックでも可能なようになっていなければならない。トリックで不可能だったら、人間側は打つ手なしのステイルメイト。
いいや違う。それこそがロジックエラーと呼ぶ致命的。
No such thing as a stalemate in a witch's game.
これを魔女側が犯した場合、即座にゲームは破壊され、致命的敗北となる。
お兄ちゃんは多分エリカにトリックをカンパされたわ。
So now he's scrambling to make a new trick that doesn't deny
探偵権
the
限の
red.
ないエリカは検視ができない。それを理由に死んだふりを続け、こっそり客室を出てゲストハウスの玄関に手紙を置いた。
しかしバトラが許した遡って封印が
Yeah,
でき
he
る
really,
などと
you
す
really
る
shouldn't
大
have
甘
done
な
that.
配慮により話が
Really stupid idea. I don't know why he did that. What a moron. What an absolute fool.
まだ現時点では狼狽するほどではあるまい。
We can still come back from
客
this.
室の封印が健在かどうかはまだ赤き真実で確定していない。
We can get the run back.
封印を破るも自由。破らぬならバトラ以外が生きてたことにし、手紙を置いた人間を差し替えてもよいだろう。
I mean, he only has like 6 of those,
お
so.
兄ちゃんだけでなく、お母さんたちの死体だって赤で死亡は確定していない。実はみんな死んだふりだったってことにしても、まだ全然問題ないわ。
そうだ。全くうろ
The
たえた
problem is Eric had asked like, "Hey, say it in red. All the corpses are absolutely dead," and that would have make a problem for Battler, because that would mean revealing a potential trick.
要はエリカの封印と手紙を置くトリックを矛盾させぬよう手を変えればいいだけの話。
矛盾なく他の筋書きに変更するのだってゲームマスターに許された手の一つだわ。
しかし
It almost makes you wonder if some reader of Umineko themselves guessed it and Ryukishi changed the plot, because that's the privilege of the game master.
まだ第一の番を
It almost makes you wonder if that's why this sort of idea is coming up.
あまりに痛恨の一手。どうやら自陣深くに駒を刺されたるはバトラの方だったようだな。この紛れ込んだ一コマはブーツに入り込んだ一粒の小石のように今後一歩一歩歩くたびに違和感と痛みを与え続けることになるだろう。この一粒の小石、バトラを
Death by a
殺すや
thousand
もしれん。
pebbles.
まだロジックエラーと言える段階ではありません。それに遡って封印したのにそれの報告が遅れたこちらにも過失があります。ですからこの手紙の登場についてバトラさんも遡って筋書きを書き直してくださっても結構ということです。
遡って書き直すと
She's basically trying to get in his head. She's like, I know what you're doing.
なるほどな。
I can see through you.
俺がこの手紙を置いたとするなら、俺が密室に封じられた時点でそれは不可能になる。となると、この手紙もここに現れてはいけないことになる。
そうです。ですからその小さな矛盾な修正をどうかしてもらえたら
Choose
と思います。
wisely, Battler.
今私たちはここでこの手紙を発見しました。それをなかったことに、あるいは他の内容にシナリオ変更していただいても結構ということです。
ただ手紙
Yeah, you can just hit Control Z on this whole scenario. That's a good idea, right?
フルドエリカにはこの程度の一手が可能です。いかがです皆様方。
What do you think, everyone? Damn, what a dirty move. Well, what else should I expect from Erica? I made a promise with the Lantern too, that we'd both play all out and mercilessly. Yeah, it's true. I'd been planning to make Battler actually alive, and then to have him slip out of the guest room, resulting in his disappearance and in the placement of the letter. Well, that was a real easy one to see through, Battler. I don't think you're very good at this Game Master thing after all. However, if I revise the scenario now that my move's been spotted, it'll be the same as admitting that it was spotted. Even if I have to be stubborn about it, I don't want to admit that I was seen through here. I don't want to acknowledge a pathetic plot change where I try to sneak out of the guest room and break the seals. I want to change over to a different trick so that the letter will be placed and my corpse hidden, while still preserving the seals on the guest room. It doesn't really have to be me who places that letter. I can still revise the logic without contradictions.
しかしバトラさん、
But then you're narrowing down the amount of people who can be culprits.
その後の自分の死体の消失はどうするのですか？
Erica's basically trying to trick Battler into narrowing down the possibilities for her,
客室は密封されています。
without having to resort to unknown X.
密室から死体を消すトリックをたった今から用意しなくてはロジックエラーを起こします。
まだ時間はある。ギリギリまで考える。
Classic Battler moment. With a painful laugh, Battler unconsciously scratched at his head.
とにかくこの手紙はそのままで。はい、すみません。客室が封印されてると矛盾するので、はい、変更しますなんて今さら言えるか。一本取られたと認めるのと同じことだ。まるで天井裏に隠れてる忍者の気分だな。蹴取られて槍でぶっすり刺されたのに、痛みに耐えて槍の先の血をこっそり拭い、さもそこにいなかったふりをしてるみたいだぜ。痩せ我慢でいい。ここは 痛みを蹴取られたらまずいんだ。
Yeah, Beato was real good at that false courage stuff.
なあベアト、今の俺どんな顔してんだ？
Really goofy?
きっとかつて俺との応酬で痛いとこ疲れた時にお前が浮かべてたような。くそ。
Beato couldn't think of anything to say. Useless words of comfort would only get in the way of Battler's thinking now.
かつてのお前ならどうせ俺を散々苦しめてきた密室の数々を生み出したかつてのお前な
Yeah,
ら
you really need to up your game here, Battler. This is pretty sad.
密室から俺の死体を消す。
WWBD, what would Beato do? Beato trembled and groaned. The old her had been an expert at closed rooms tricks. If only that memory, that power could be revived, she would be able to help Battler. There's still time to think. There's still time. Nice going, Erica. That was a dirty move. Tricky, tricky. It's like, what, I don't know, 2:35-ish. Battler got tricked by a girl feigning patheticness. Yeah, this happens a lot to him, I've noticed. That's where we'll have to wrap it up tonight, though. I have a bit of a headache. I think it's because the temperature changed so fast. It dropped like 20 degrees in the past 2 hours. And it's making me sleepy and giving me a bit of a headache. And that makes me cranky. So I'm decided I'm done. What is this music? We'll find out next time, I guess. Probably like next week. Who should I raid? Ugh. I don't know who to raid. Oh, Mint Costello is streaming. They're cool. She's cool. I like her. She's a funny dog. So go say hi to Mint. I'll see you tomorrow for KOF. Come play KOF with me tomorrow. You will play KOF. I'm no longer asking. See you tomorrow, everybody. Goodbye.